Good evening. Hi there. Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Edina City Council. My name is Jennifer Bennerat. I'm the city's Communications and Marketing Director, and I help oversee the audio and visual presentations during the meeting. First of all, if you've not already done so, please turn off your cell phones and pagers. It's especially important that they be turned off and not just silenced, as they will interfere with our wireless microphones and other equipment. If you did not pick up a copy of the agenda, there's a stack of them on the small wooden podium to my right, just outside the glass doors. If you're here tonight to address the council during public hearings, you may do so after the proponents have made their presentation and the mayor asks for public testimony. You're limited to 3 minutes to speak. Please stand at one of the two side podiums, this one here or this one here. Stand only where I am if you have audio or visual materials to present. At that time, I'll give you a wireless microphone like the one I'm using. Before beginning your remarks, please clearly state your full name and address, including apartment number if applicable. After you give your full name and address, the green light at your podium will turn on, signaling the 3 minutes of your presentation. When you have 30 seconds remaining, the yellow light will turn on. When your time is ended, the red light will turn on. You should conclude your remarks and take your seat. Please listen for when the mayor asks if there's any more public testimony, because after they close a public hearing, the council does not generally take additional testimony. If you're here to address the council regarding something that's not on the agenda, you may do so during the community comment portion of the agenda. If at any time tonight you have difficulty hearing a member of the council or the presentations, please signal me or another member of the staff, and we'll provide you with an amplification device called a listen device that simply slips over your ear and amplifies what our microphones are picking up. If you don't stay through to the end of the meeting, please do keep in mind that as you leave, the only thing separating this chambers from the lobby is a sheet of glass. Our microphones are pretty good and they can pick up your conversations, so please keep those conversations as quiet as possible as you leave the building and move them closer to the police side of the building if possible. With that, does anyone have any questions before we begin? Okay, thank you and enjoy the meeting.
There's some room up here in the front if you wanted to. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the February 1st, 2011 meeting of the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority and the Edina City Council. Roll call, please, Ms. Megan.
Member Bennett. Here. Member Brindle.
Here.
Member Sprague.
Here.
Member Swenson.
Here.
Hovland.
Here. For those of you in the audience who happen to have a chance to look at the agenda, there are certain items marked with an asterisk. Those are items handled on a single motion basis as consent agenda items. Is there anyone on the council that wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda? Member Bennett? No? Okay. All right. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So move.
Moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. We do not have any business for the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority this evening. We have no proclamations or resolutions, so we're going to move right into the public hearing portion of the agenda. We have 4 public hearings tonight involving proposed street reconstruction projects, which tend to bring folks out from the neighborhoods where proposed reconstruction is thought to be appropriate by our staff. And I see a full room tonight, so I'm sure folks have opinions they want to share with us. And we will take the first matter, which is 2A, which is the proposed reconstruction of West 44th Street, a project that we would potentially do in conjunction with the City of St. Louis Park. Director Houle.
Yes, Mayor and members of the council. Tonight we have a public hearing on West 44th Street improvements. I'm actually not going to be giving the presentation. I'd like to introduce to you Shabani Bisson with the engineering firm of WSB. They've done other projects for the city in the past. Most recent one was the West 70th Street feasibility study that is be under construction in April. This project, we went about it a little bit differently due to the length of the corridor. We actually had additional public meetings, which I thought went very well. We'll find out tonight in the public comments what the public thought. But I thought that the additional meeting up front really helped out to get the opinions of the residents and such. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Shabani to give the presentation.
Thank you.
Shabani,
would you give us your last name again, please?
Sure. Shabani Bisson, B-I-S-S-O-N.
Thank you.
I'm with WSB and Associates. Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
And would you give us the business address for WSB as well?
Sure. It's 701 Xenia Avenue South, Minneapolis,
All right.
55416.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. This is the public hearing for the West 44th Street Improvement Project. This project is located between Brookside Terrace and France Avenue, and a majority of the corridor is within the city of Edina. A portion is within the city of St. Louis Park between Wooddale and Glen Place. As far as the streets, this project was initiated by city staff through their capital improvement plan for street reconstruction. The streets were built in the 1960s from Mackey Avenue to France Avenue, and then newer reconstruction in the mid-80s between Brookside Terrace and Mackey. Normal maintenance has been performed on these streets throughout the years. The street section from Mackey to France is in overall poor condition, and the sidewalks are deteriorating. As far as the utility issues, the utilities were built in the 1940s, so they're aging systems. There are some stormwater drainage issues, primarily due to lack of curbs and other issues. Sanitary sewer repairs are needed, as well as water main upgrades. As far as the roadway conditions, you can see from these pictures that there's prevalent cracking and deterioration of the pavements, and that's from Mackey to France. The portion from Brookside to Mackey, we're proposing to do a mill and overlay, not a street reconstruction, but I'll get into that later. There's curb and gutter present on the east end of the project. Basically from Wooddale to the west, you don't have the curb and gutter present, which is contributing to the deterioration of the pavement as water is collecting on the edges. The existing roadway width varies throughout the corridor between 26 and 40 feet. And that's important to note, as this is a municipal state aid roadway, and there's certain width requirements that are needed as you are reconstructing the roadway. These pictures show the sidewalks, as you can see, have a lot of cracks in them, are structurally inadequate. They have varying widths as well, so you don't have consistency with that. And there's some parts of the sidewalk system where you don't have a boulevard or a separation between the curb and the sidewalk, which is part of a safety factor for pedestrians. Throughout the corridor, you also have trees throughout the corridor that line very close to the edge of the roadway. There's historic catalpa trees within the middle of the project, as well as elm trees and other types of trees. We are proposing to reconstruct the roadway from Mackey Avenue to France. As I stated before, the pavement is in newer condition, and we're proposing only a mill and overlay from Brookside Terrace to Mackey. And with that, there's no assessments involved with the mill and overlay piece. So we're just addressing with this presentation the street reconstruction. So the reconstruction would include complete replacement of the road bed. New curb and gutter would be placed where it's not present west of Wooddale. We would be replacing curb where it's deteriorated and where we're installing storm sewer and water services. The sidewalk would be replaced where it's deteriorated, where you have trip hazards, and also would be replaced to provide that 1 to 2 foot separation, which would be a concrete exposed type aggregate. We'd also be installing new driveway aprons where they're needed, and it's not proposed to do any upgrades to the street lighting system based on the feedback we received from the residents. And with this project, because it is a state aid route, as I mentioned before, there are certain width requirements. So these next slides, I'm going to go through kind of the design for each segment of the roadway in terms of where parking would be allowed. Basically, from Brookside Terrace to Browndale, we would not propose parking on either side of the roadway. Right now, the whole corridor does not have any parking restrictions except at the area adjacent to France Avenue. In this area, the roadway is pretty much between 26 and 28 feet wide. In order to have parking in this corridor, we would need to widen the streets. Based on feedback from the residents and based on looking at the property impacts, it was decided to match the current widths and not provide parking. There's also a piece from Dart Avenue to Wooddale where the street currently narrows up to 26 feet, and you have trees that are pretty close to the edge of the roadway. So to minimize those impacts, we would not propose widening the street for parking. Where we are proposing parking is on the north side of the roadway between Browndale and Curb Avenue, except for that piece between Dart and Wooddale where the road currently narrows up. And staff looked at several criteria when determining where to place the parking, as far as the location of the sidewalk, access to that, the number of side streets and where parking could be accommodated on those, as well as the number of properties and where there's existing parking. Right now there's existing parking on the south side of the road from Curve to Eaton Place, and we would propose to maintain that. And I'll get into the variance process. You'll see here that I've noted where parking would be allowed based on a variance approval. So at the east end of the project from Eaton Place to France Avenue, you've got a wider section. You have 35 feet there. We would propose to have parking on both sides as it's currently, the condition currently is now. So with this variance request, since this is a municipal state aid road, in order to have parking on one side of the roadway based on this type of roadway and the traffic volumes, you need to have a minimum 32-foot wide roadway. We are proposing to go with 30 feet from Browndale Avenue to Dart, as well as from Wooddale Avenue to Grimes. And that pretty much matches the condition of the existing with some minimal impacts to the properties. So we would be proposing to get a variance for that 2 feet. And then from Eaton Place to just west of France Avenue, in order to have parking on both sides, you need a 38-foot width. And we're proposing to maintain the existing 35-foot width. So we would need a variance for 3 feet. The process for the variance is in your packets tonight. There's a resolution that we're seeking the council to adopt requesting a variance from MnDOT. We would then submit an application and state our case at their committee meeting, which is in March. At that meeting, they would either approve or deny the variance. And this graphic just shows the areas where we would need a variance. So basically from Browndale to Dart, from Wooddale to Grimes, and then from Eaton to France. Another item we looked at is the intersection at 44th Street and Browndale Avenue. That is kind of a skewed intersection. And this graphic shows the before and now the after condition. Right in the northwest corner here, we would propose, here's the existing edge of pavement, we would propose to tighten that up and limit the amount of pavement in here to kind of bring this through traffic through the intersection. We are constrained by the trees and driveways and other impediments within the intersection, but this would somewhat provide a traffic calming method within that intersection. As part of the city's comprehensive plan, the bicycle plan is included with that, and 44th Street is designated as a primary bicycle route. What we're proposing with this project is to include some share the road signage as well as Shero symbols, which you can see in this graphic is the bicycle symbol. Basically, due to the width of the current roadway, we do not have enough room to accommodate parking and designated bike lanes. The parking was determined to be a need from input from the residents, so we've opted with this share the road type application with the bike symbols and the signage. As part of the Northeast Edina transportation study, it identified a pedestrian crossing at Coteen Park. Currently, there is not a crossing there with the sidewalk on the north side. Several residents had commented about the safety in crossing to the park. And what this graphic shows is a bump out right at the crossing location with parking bays that would be extended on the park property to allow on-street parallel parking to access the park. And with this bump out, you're bumping out the parking, but you're narrowing the road at the crossing, and that we think would provide you with a traffic calming effect that could reduce speeds through that corridor. A lot of the comments from the residents was that from Wooddale to Grimes, you have a long stretch where you got a lot of high speeds. This would hopefully slow down those speeds at this location. And I believe the Parks Department is looking at a potential sidewalk or trail connection to the park along the sides of the parking areas. Another component of the study involved the improvements to the intersection at France Avenue. This graphic shows striping for a left turn lane and a through right, so you're designating those lanes on both approaches to France on the Minneapolis and Edina side. This would improve operation through the intersection, and we would also have some signal modifications to provide those turns as well. And on the north and south sides of 44th Street here, you would lose 3 parking spots on the north and south side, and we'll be talking to those business owners as well, but that was identified in the Northeast Edina transportation study. As far as the utility improvements with the storm sewer, we're proposing to upgrade the storm sewer pipe system to meet state aid standards as well as the city standards. There's a low area on Dart Avenue that's not picked up with storm sewer that we would put in catch basins and extend that pipe to the system at Coolidge, or I'm sorry, to Dart, so Coolidge to Dart. We'd also look at putting in stormwater treatment structures. There's 2 locations where the storm sewer system outlets to ponds. One is at Browndale Park on the north side of the road. We'd put a structure in there to accommodate treatment and let the sediment and such settle in there and maintain those. The other location is a pond just south of the dentist office. There were quite a few comments in the resident surveys for local drainage issues, and we would address those with the design in terms of curb replacement where it's settled, where you have standing water, putting catch basins at intersections to accommodate drainage. For the sanitary sewer, there'd be some minor manhole and pipe repairs. The city did televise that system and identified those improvements. For the water main, the city's water management plan identified the current pipe between Wooddale Avenue and Grimes be upsized. It's currently 6 inch, it would go to 8 inch. And we would propose to do this by method of pipe bursting, which is a trenchless technology where you're pulling the pipe through and breaking up the existing at the same time. With that, you would have water service replacements, so you would have some excavations in the street for that, and we would replace the curb stops as well. The improvements also include upgrading the fire hydrants to meet city standards. And then a portion of this project has utilities, sewer and water, that are owned and maintained by St. Louis Park west of Wooddale. We would provide some emergency connections so that in a case of emergency you could get water from the St. Louis Park system and vice versa to get distribution in the area. As far as the costs, the street reconstruction costs total $1.15 million. This project is a state aid route, and your assessment policy indicates 20% of that would be assessed, which brings you to $230,000. In front of you, you'll have a revised pending assessment roll. We made a revision to that with the number of residential equivalent units. So now it's down to, I believe, 2,138 per RU per residential equivalent unit. We did account for Coteen Park to accommodate their share of a residential equivalent unit based on your assessment policy. And then these assessment totals do not include any utility improvements or curb and gutter. And like I mentioned before, the mill and overlay between Brookside Terrace and Mackey, that would not have an assessment associated with it. The next two slides just show more detail on which properties would have either one REU assessment or 1/3. On this graphic, you can see the one REU. The 1/3 is if you have a corner lot where that property has an address on the side street, they would be assessed the 1/3 REU. And then the purple is the St. Louis Park pieces, and they will go through a separate process if they choose to assess for that. This graphic shows the eastern end of the project. There's a few properties that would be assessed the 1.6 REU. That is for the duplex units. Currently, the city's policy is to assess 0.8 REU per unit, and these are 2 units. So it's 1.6. And then the businesses close to France Avenue, those properties have varying REUs based on the formula as per the city's policy, based on their gross building area and their number of accesses. This table shows the overall funding and funding splits for the project. It's split between the City of Edina and St. Louis Park. For the utility improvements, City of Edina's cost would be $926,000. For the street improvements, including the mill and overlay, the street reconstruction, and the traffic signal improvements at France, we're at $1,133,600. We'd propose to assess $230,000. And then St. Louis Park's costs are $132,900 for the utilities, and then they would utilize state aid funds for their street reconstruction at $170,400, bringing the total to just under $2.6 million. As far as the project schedule, Wayne had mentioned we had a couple informational meetings, one in October, one in December. Council received the report on January 18th. This is the public hearing, and we would propose to move forward with the project in terms of final design. If at the variance hearing, which is scheduled in March, if the variance is not approved, then we would propose to delay the project until we find a solution to complete the improvements. So if it does move forward, we would propose to bid the project in May and start construction in June with a completion in the fall, substantial completion, and then your assessment hearing in the fall of 2012. Staff feels that the construction of this project is necessary, cost-effective, and feasible. Before you are action items to order the project authorize the final preparation of plans and specs, adopt that resolution for the variance, and then adopt a resolution to advance state aid funds for this project and some other projects, which is identified in your council packet. With that,
Questions for Ms. Bazan? Member Swenson?
It's about the variance. In your experiencing requesting variances between 2 and 3 feet for parking, is that generally given, not given, don't know?
well, we are working with the City of St. Louis Park on this project, and they happen to get a variance on Wooddale Avenue. That is a 30-foot wide roadway with parking on one side. They did apply for a variance. So we feel confident for this type of project that a variance would be granted. I think the city received variances on 70th Street as well. So I believe it's a reasonable request.
And if the request is denied, you said we would not do the project and we would go back to the drawing board. But what I heard is that the constituents really didn't want, the residents really don't want the road widened. So if we can't widen it and we can't park, why wouldn't we go ahead with the project but have to do it on the fact that we can't park?
I guess we're not proposing, we would bring it back to the table with the residents as far as, you know, if we wanted to keep the design how it is, we could opt to not use state aid funds, in which case the assessments would be increased. That's one option. Or we would look at modifying the design.
Okay, well, my concern is that we don't delay it a whole year because of that. So I guess that was where I was going with my question. And it's more than a statement for me that I would rather not delay the project.
Would your question or would your comment be that we ought to think about having a contingency plan formulated yet this evening? Well, or in the near future?
I guess I would ask for our consultant and for Wayne to let me know if that's a contingency plan is a reasonable alternative, or would you propose something different? But we can wait and take public input first.
Councilmember Swenson and Council, during this process, that question came up many times. What happens if you didn't get the variance? And what our reply back was that we would gather the residents back together and go through that. Doesn't mean a delay of another year. I'm not sure if it would mean a delay, but if we were adding another 80% onto their assessments to keep the roadway the same width, then we definitely need to regroup with everybody. There's also two other items on this. I mean, the other item that's out there that we didn't cover too terribly much in the presentation was the advancement of state aid funds. Right. With the 169,494 project that ate up about $1.4 million, we were out of funds for 2012. So that's what we're asking is to advance some funds. There is funds in the state aid balance that our state aid representatives have told us over there, and they're actually are holding some, to my knowledge, for us if you pass a resolution this evening for that. So I'm hoping that one is not an issue. It's just the variance. And the other item that why we feel that we're very confident on the variance is that with the complete streets legislation that's gone through and the committee that's formulating those rules, is that this really meets this complete streets philosophy, where you're bringing in pedestrians, maintaining the corridor for trees, aesthetics, the bike aspect of it. You know that we're not proposing bike lanes, but having a reduced corridor kind of helps keeps down the speeds and such. So we feel based off that we can make a pretty compelling argument that they should pass the variance.
No, that's fine. I just didn't want it delayed. I didn't want to go back and ask them to pay for it as a non-state aid street. So that was my goal.
Good. Member Brindle, then Member Sprague.
Okay, thank you. I have a question with regard to the catalpa trees, which are historic. As this is an old area of Edina, so I'm really sensitive to the trees that have been there a generation and will be there hopefully another generation. The picture, the photo that was shown with the catalpa trees does not show current curb and gutter. Now, would there be new curb and gutter with this construction? And if so, how are you going to protect those trees?
You're right. Those catalpa trees are in an area where they're very close to the edge of the roadway. We would still propose curb and gutter, but that's where we got the narrowed width where we wouldn't have parking. The city dealt with this with the country club project and made some requirements for the project for the contractor to limit their work around the trees and also kind of modify the curb design to accommodate limiting the impacts. And so there were some of those methods or requirements incorporated, and Wayne can probably speak more to it as well.
Director Hool?
Yep. What we did on the Country Club project a few years ago, and we've kept that in our specifications, is the protection of the trees. And if a tree, it's a real stringent specification that penalizes the contractor if they damage a tree. And if they happen to damage a tree, which we have yet to have happen, is that penalty would then go to the homeowner, would be taken off their assessment, basically.
And these are boulevard trees, so how would that work?
The boulevard trees are, all the boulevard trees in the city of Edina are owned by the property owners, the
They
adjacent
are,
property
okay.
owners. So
Okay.
so they're responsible for the trees, and we'll do everything as possible to protect the trees. Part of that specification even covers the weight that the contractor can put on the boulevard. They only can have certain type of machines that'll run up on the boulevard where you have a root system underneath the grass. We don't want to compact that root system to jeopardize the trees.
Okay, thank you. My other question has to do with, and this question is not specific to this project. It's actually on all of them, whether we're talking about them tonight or not. And it has to do with hydrant flushing. Now, there's a photograph on page 6 of the feasibility report that we received, and the curb has settled, as has the roadway, in the area of a hydrant. And we have a hydrant in our front yard. And after the hydrant is flushed, we go out and we pick up pieces of the roadway and we put them back in place and hope the heat of summer is going to make them stick. And I spoke with James Whisker of the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District today, and I said, what can be done? When flushing a hydrant, it's enormous pressure of water in maybe different pressures in different neighborhoods. But are there mitigating efforts that can be taken when flushing a hydrant so that it doesn't damage the roadway?
Siobhan. Councilmember Brindle and Council, yeah, in a lot of cases, what you're talking about, where let me cover the first thing is the settlement around hydrant leads and actually services in town. In a lot of cases, when the systems were constructed, when we're outside of the roadway, they were using different compaction methods or requirements than what we require today of the subsoil. So today we actually compact it harder so you don't get that settlement from that you have from a water service or sewer service or a lead that goes connects to a fire hydrant. As far as the operation, when we flush the system or purge the system for our flushing, there's diffusers that we're using that are typically on the back of the pickup truck of the individual that's opening up the hydrant, and they connect that, and it kind of spreads out the flow of the water over the roadway so you're not eating away the pavement and such. And they just started that just a couple years ago. So in the areas of town, which is a majority of the city, where we do have bad pavement, they're using that not to eat up the pavement itself.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good. Member Sprague.
My first question is for Director Hool. Regarding there's some fund project shifting going around. If we request advance funding for this project, we shift Valley View Road and Tracy Avenue into the future. How were those? How was it determined to shift those particular projects?
There's a couple items that we looked at. First one was on the Valley View Road, which was essentially reconstructing Valley View Road from Macaulay Trail over to the hairpin turn or Braemar Boulevard, essentially to add a sidewalk in that location. That one we re-looked at and said, and then internally we said that we don't feel that that's probably a good idea to have that under construction this summer, knowing that the 169, 494 will be underway. So that's one of the reasons why we're proposing to shift that. We still are proposing, we'll be sending out notice to the neighbors within the next week to host an informational meeting, because we do have a solution on that one to put in a temporary sidewalk, an asphalt sidewalk on the north and east side of that road. Just expand the roadway a little bit, do it with our in-house staff to kind of limp us through for the next 4 or 5 years until we can build up our balance to do a full project on that one. So we think that we have a pretty good solution on it. One, to keep the residents safe as they're walking along the roadway, with anticipated of a little bit extra traffic due to the construction at the interchange. The Tracy Avenue one, we actually moved that one out, I believe, till 2014 or 2015. That one, and we broke that up into 2 different segments. We're feeling that the north half of Tracy Avenue is in much worse shape than the south half, and that we'll be revisiting that this summer and coming up with an actual plan to correct that settlement just south of Vernon Avenue. So that one might get bumped up as we relook at this within a year or so. But at the same time, the big thing is that we don't have the funds in our state aid balance to do all the projects that we really wanted to do.
And then to design elements, the bike lanes. So the Bike Edina Task Force plan had bike lanes striped on the street, and those were removed because it's just not feasible given the width of the street.
Yep. There's a number of areas in town where they've identified in the bike plan primary routes. One is West 44th. Another example is Wooddale Avenue, all the way from the north border to Valley View Road itself, where we just do not have enough room to expand to have bike lanes on it. So what we're proposing is to put sharrows, mark them as bike routes, stripe the parking lane, the white stripe, which typically you don't do on most roadways. All that will give that visual to narrow up the actual roadway. So we feel that even though we don't have designated bike lanes, that they'll still be able to utilize the roadway, and we're hoping to drop down the actual speeds of the roadway itself.
And that leads to my next question. Most of the resident comments on traffic was regard to speeding, but in the 80th percentile speed was 31.5.
That's right. Just east of Wooddale and west of the park was about 31.5 a couple years ago. So really the 85 percentile isn't that high compared to most roadways in town. Is it high for that road? It probably is. It's such a narrow corridor. You have people walking along the sidewalk and stuff. So a lot of vehicles actually look like they're going faster, and 15% are going faster.
And so the striping is a way to give, and the additional boulevard trees is a way to give drivers a visual cue of their speed so that they slow down as they're going through the corridor.
Right. And keep in mind, too, is that the intersection, even though you're coming to a stop condition at Browndale, is narrowing up on the east side. You're also narrowing up at the park for the crosswalk. So you're actually bumping that out. And we found is that actually helps slow down speed also, similar to what happened on Concord Avenue.
And can you tell me about the aggregate buffer where there is no, the sidewalk abuts with no boulevard, abuts the street? What is that material and how is that installed?
When we design sidewalks, we try to get at least a 5-foot boulevard, grassy boulevard, and then either a 4-foot or 5-foot sidewalk, depending on where it's located. If we cannot get that, and we need to be up against the curb because of either right-of-way constraints or topographical constraints, what we'll do is maintain a 5-foot sidewalk, and then we'll have an exposed concrete aggregate buffer. And what that does is it provides a little bit of a rumble strip, so if somebody's sight challenged or pushing a stroller or in a wheelchair can feel the rumbling of it before they drop off or hopefully they'll correct themselves, but you don't want them to drop off that 6-inch curb.
So that's not like a class 5, that's a solid material?
Yep, that's a concrete exposed aggregate, or exposed concrete aggregate is basically a typical concrete mix, and then they just wash off the cement between the aggregate.
It's on School Road on Concord, between School Road and Valley View, if you want to come see it when the snow melts.
That's good. And then for the pedestrian crosswalks, you're using this brick pattern. Are those actually installed bricks, or is that simply just a sprayed-on pattern?
Actually, what it is, and we've had, we tested that product in 2005, I believe it was, just east of City Hall here on 50th, where we get about 30,000 cars a day. And what it is it's called a Duraprint pattern or product. And what they do is they take a plastic template, they heat up the pavement, take the plastic template, push it down on the pavement, pull the plastic template off, and then put the actual pattern that has reflective qualities in it, and then they reheat that up so it's actually melted right into the pavement.
Kind of
We have yet to do anything to this rather than just wash it off. So it's been very successful, and it really shows up in the evenings when you got bad light conditions, essentially.
And then my final question with regard to the lighting, they're swapping out some lighting Excel and they're going to Cobra cutoffs. Is there any increased efficiency to those type of lighting fixtures?
It is. The current lighting is a wood poles with the Cobra heads on it, and what we're proposing is to put in a cutoff with a smaller ballast size in it, so there is a substantial power savings. The other thing is that you're not going to get that casting of the light into your yard. Essentially, it'll be going straight down onto the roadway.
Thank you.
All right, Member Brindle?
I have one more. What is the stormwater flow in this area? Where does it go?
The western portion flows to the west to Minnehaha Creek. The kind of middle portion flows to that pond at Browndale Park on the north side. I forget the size. I think it's Glen Place. And then the eastern portion flows to, there's a pond just behind the dentist's office, close to France Avenue.
And there would be catch basins added, or are they already there with the baskets?
There are some catch basins, but we would add additional catch basins.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a couple of questions that are germane to this project, and then a couple that are overarching for all these proposed projects that I think would be good to just cover here with particularly Director Houle. So let's talk about the first more specific questions pertaining to this project. I like the idea of creating those parking bays by Coteen Park, but it made me wonder about the visibility for pedestrians, let's say a mom and a child coming out of the park heading north across the crosswalk, and there are cars parked in the parking bays. It struck me that there could be a visibility issue until you get beyond the edge of the cars, and then it made me wonder about, I'm sure you've thought of that, but it would be comforting to know what you've thought about that in terms of advanced visibility for a driver eastbound, in particular, on 44th that's coming up on those parked cars in the bay, and there could be a pedestrian or two in the crosswalk.
Yeah, on this crosswalk, we would definitely have all the required signage for the crosswalk on it as far as the pedestrian crosswalk goes. This would be really similar to what we have for parking bays along Concord Avenue, just south or just on the east side of Southview Middle School, where there's a lot of pedestrian traffic, especially this time of year, and in a lot of cases there's people picking up their children in those parking bays. So I don't believe that we would have that issue of people for the visibility of itself. I don't, like I say, I'm not sure if Shabani or Jack would have a comment on, but I don't think that from our perspective that would be an issue.
The use of the Concord comparative is helpful for me, because I can appreciate now that there wouldn't be that much of an issue. Secondly, I think I've walked that street with my wife dozens and dozens of times, and cutting over from Country Club onto the north side to walk on the north side, and there is no sidewalk on the south side. It's a great place to walk. Day or night, it's a beautiful little trip. But I'm wondering if there was any consideration given to putting a sidewalk on the south side as well.
Yep. Mayor and Council, when we went through the Northeast Edina traffic study, we had brought up putting a sidewalk on the south side, especially from Wooddale to the park, and then actually all the way over to Grimes. And that was actually deleted from that plan at that time. And one reason is that the homes on the south side are very narrow or not very deep lots, because those are the homes that were built where the old trolley line used to run on the south side of 44th Street. So that's the reason why they have not too deep of lots. I don't want to say substandard lots, but not too deep of lots. So essentially, the front setbacks, if you put a sidewalk, you would be really encroaching or getting very close to the homes with the sidewalk on the south side.
Did any of the neighbors raise that as an issue of concern for them, that there would not be a sidewalk on the south side? Are they comfortable with the sidewalk repaired on the north side only?
I believe the message that we received was don't put a sidewalk on the south side.
Okay.
One is,
All right.
and also the trees that exist there too is not to disturb the roots of the trees and such.
Okay. Member Bennett has a
From the
Segue
narrative and
question.
from the design, it does appear that there are going to be 2 small additional new sidewalk segments added to increase the connection of the network, and those would be on Mackey, south of 44th, and then also on Wooddale, south
Wooddale.
of 44th.
Yep,
Yep.
that's correct. On Wooddale, we would add one, and then actually on Mackey, what we're proposing is just adding one or the other. There really isn't enough pedestrian traffic to flank it on both sides. So we work with the homeowners to put it on one or either the west side or the east side to connect into the country club sidewalk.
And then one last sidewalk-related question or statement from me is that in reading through the tiny, tiny print and the compilation of the comments, it did appear that west of France there's some question about sidewalk on the south side, but then the frontages are even shorter, or even narrower, just west of France Avenue.
Yeah, we are not proposing to change anything from the I think it's 31.25 or 3925, the dentist's office to the east. That there's an existing sidewalk that's in that area, but that would remain. But we're not proposing any sidewalks going further west on the south side.
I think picking up that segment on Wooddale is a good idea. I think it's just a grass yard, side yard there now. We've got 4 hearings here tonight, and some of the folks that are here are not on a municipal state aid street, and they're hearing discussions about a 20% assessment instead of a 100% street improvement assessment. And I think it would be important for you to describe what it means to be a municipal state aid street.
Yep. Council, we have what we get is allocation of state aid funds that come out of the gas tax funding, basically the formula that the state has, and we have about 20% of our roadways are designated as state aid eligible roadways, and what that means is that we can use the gas tax funds to reconstruct those roadways or maintain a portion of the roadways. And like I say, we get about $1.3 million a year. We only can designate 20% of our roadways to the state aid. So essentially what it becomes is virtually all collector streets and above, for the most part, are state aid routes, not the majority of the collectors are. What that means is that a lot of the roadways have higher volumes of traffic on them. And so by putting up with the higher volumes of traffic is that you get a kind of a reduction when you come to reconstruct the roadway on your assessment costs.
All right. And 44th is a collector, as I recall.
That's right, yeah.
All right. Okay. The other question that we often get from folks is, what if you damage pet containment systems and irrigation systems? What happens with those systems?
Yep. What we've asked in our questionnaires this year is to let us know who has irrigation system, who has pet containment systems, because what we're doing is including those, any repair of those systems, we're including that in our contract documents. Before we used to let the homeowners use their irrigation contractor, but what's happened in the past is that they've caught on in these tough times and are really, I'd hate to say it, but I will, gouging the city to repair those systems. So what we found is that we can include those in the contract documents to repair those systems, and it's covered as part of the project cost.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The other item that's out within the boulevard itself is plantings, and on this roadway there is a number of different plantings other than grass in the boulevard. What we do is we let the homeowners give them an opportunity to transplant those plants or give them away, whatever they want to do with them before the contractor gets there. And then what we'll do is put in topsoil and allow them to replant their plants in the boulevard area itself. We're not insisting that you have to have sod or grass in the boulevard areas.
I suspect you covered this issue with all of the folks that you met with, but I do see a lot of correspondence on this issue, and it seems like we have it every time we have a proposed street reconstruction project, and that is, why not my neighborhood and why now? And we have a methodical way we go about this with this pavement condition index, and you might want to talk about that because that also has an overarching impact for folks here.
Yep, there's a number of ways that about 3 or 4 different ways that we look at how we prioritize different neighborhoods and roadway projects in the city. One is that we have a pavement consulting firm that goes through the city, about a third of the city every year, so we're covered within 3 years, and they rate the pavements on a pavement condition index. Those condition indexes are then put into a computer software program, and then they compare them against other roadways itself. When you have the pavement condition index is actually a 0 to 100 rating. Anything from a 1 to 45, I believe, is what we recommend as a reconstruction, and 45 to 65 we recommend as a mill and overlay, and above 65 we recommend as a seal coat. But all the projects that you'll hear tonight are within the 0 to 45 on a weighted average for the neighborhoods, including this roadway here. The other item that we look at is the utilities. We look at the water main breaks, service leaks in the neighborhoods, and we have a map that shows how the water main breaks and service leaks compare in each neighborhood. And then the sewer blockages, we look at those also. Then the fourth item is that we look at is the funding, and then also how much construction we're doing in a certain part of town, because we don't want to have a neighborhood in town under construction for 10 years, with different projects around. So even though something might be weighted average, we might move things around or propose to move them around just so people don't have to have construction around them for that length of time.
Good. That trigger any other questions for council at this time? All right, Member Swenson?
That one little segment from Wooddale to the park on the south side that has the deep lots that don't seem to be as impacted by the old line, and that kind of connects that country club neighborhood to Coteen Park. Was that ever, you considered it for a while for a sidewalk, were you ever considering just doing that segment alone?
From the recommendations of the Northeast study, that we did not bring that back up during this process.
Okay. I heard you say that, and a lot of it was based on the narrowness of the other lots, but this particular area has very, very deep lots. They're narrow in width, but they're very deep in...
That is correct. A sidewalk would probably fit within the right-of-way in those locations.
All right.
But the
Member
narrower yards do return before Wooddale at the west. So those deeper lots are sort of sandwiched in between. It's a middle area, but it doesn't extend all the way to the corner with Wooddale, to that southeast corner of Wooddale. Again, those homes that are nearer to that corner drop closer to the street again. It's kind of a timing of construction,
Okay.
pre-streetcar, post-streetcar. Your Honor, there, even though it's not applicable in the same way to this discussion, would we ask at this time for a general explanation of how assessments, the timing of the hearing, and also the senior deferral and those issues?
We could, if we decide to go forward on one or all of these or none of these projects. Regardless, I think folks ought to know how could they potentially pay for this.
Yep. Mayor and Council, keep in mind tonight is the project public hearing. After the project is completed, after approximately a year after the project is completed. So if you order the projects this evening, we would be proposing to complete all these projects by this coming fall of 2011. We would be completing them in not such a time that we can order the final assessment hearing. So what we'll do is wait 1 year for the fall of 2012 for the final assessment hearing. At that time, the final numbers will be tabulated, and we'll know exactly what the exact costs of the final assessments are. there's, once you approve that, the final assessments, there's actually 4 ways to repay the assessments. One is to pay it in full by the end of November of that year. The other way is to pay 25% or more of it and let the other portion be spread over 10 years and payable with your Hennepin County taxes. The other way is to let it all go to Hennepin County, to be payable, spread over 10 years and then payable with your Hennepin County taxes. Then the other way is a hardship deferral, and that's based off of your age, disability, and income level, essentially, is what the deferral is. And the assessing department can help out individuals that would like to pursue the deferral requirements. The one thing on the final assessment numbers is, and they'll probably come up tonight too, is that we try to be fairly conservative on our numbers. And the majority of our projects in the past, the final assessments have come in below what we'd be presenting tonight. In some cases, they came in right on it or just a little bit above it, but the majority of them have become lower. The other item is that from a staff level and probably consultant level, is that why we recommend to keep going with these projects is that you'll never find a better competitive time for bidding on projects, and I think that's been really reflective in the last couple of years on the actual bid prices and the final assessments that have came in. What we've seen in the past is about 2 or 3 general contractors. This is like 5 to 6 to 8 years ago. The last couple of years, we've seen upwards of 12 to 14 general contractors, people all the way from St. Cloud that come into the city and that bid on the projects. It's an open bidding process. What you do is you open the bids and then you award it to the lowest responsible bidder. And one of the items of a responsible bidder is somebody that a lot of people say, well, how do you determine if it's a responsible bidder? One way is to they can't be debarred by the state of Minnesota. They can't have other prior bad experience with the city of Edina, and then you can't have just a startup company, because in our general conditions, we have spec'd out basically that they have to produce their financials, and so it keeps away the startup companies from bidding on projects in the city.
Follow-up, Member Bennett? No. Okay, good. Member Sprague.
I just wanted to say in that respect, there's also some pretty heavy bonding requirements, are there not?
That is correct. Yeah, we have performance bond and payment bonds. So for instance, if our warranty periods, we're increasing our warranties on our projects to 2 years. We used to be at 1 year, so we can cover some of the concrete issues that are coming out in the metro area. Their performance bond that we require on the project will have to be extended out for those full 2 years. So if the contractor doesn't come back, that we can go after the performance bond. Usually, if we have troubles with the contractor, I just copy the bonding company, and usually they turn the work around real fast, because they don't want to ever lose that bonding ability, because that's their lifeline to construction.
But to receive these bonds, these are not fly-by-night operations. They have to be fairly sophisticated to get into the business of bidding this stuff out. Is that not correct?
That's correct. And certain companies are only allowed to bond to certain levels. So what you'll see is some smaller subcontractors, they'll never be able to bid large projects like this one here, because they're only bonded to maybe $200,000 to $300,000, versus some of the contractors that we'll see on this will be bonded upwards of $2 to $5 million.
All right. Ms. Pazan, thank you. You can go ahead and sit down. I'm going to open this matter up as a public hearing, and if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to inquire or comment regarding this proposed project, please feel free to come forward. I think using one of the side podiums would be best, unless you have some overheads, and then you can use a handheld microphone. Don't forget to give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. And when you see the yellow caution light come on, you'll have 30 seconds to wrap up. Anyone wish to come forward and comment or inquire regarding the proposed project on West 44th Street? This might be a direct reflection of the fact that it's a municipal state aid street.
It's true, but
all right.
Yeah.
And I think also the great work our staff has done in working with folks over there to design something that works for all of them. Is there a motion to close the public hearing? Oh, yes, ma'am.
Oh.
I'm Jane Williams. I live at 4016 West 44th Street. I just had a couple of questions. I missed the public or the meeting they had before for homeowners. When you were talking, is the homeowner responsible to re-sod? You said put topsoil, but
If you want to, yeah, ask your questions here, and then we'll pick them up afterwards whenever
yeah.
we finish.
So
That's fine.
is the homeowner responsible to
Responsible for
re-sod?
sod replacement?
Yeah, when they
Okay.
take up the curb. Are they planning on doing anything connecting 44th Street to curve, like the way they're doing the roadway at the park? Do you know where I am?
The crosswalk?
Yeah.
Is there a crosswalk at 44th and Curve proposed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we like to walk down Curve, and it's a hard place to cross the street,
Okay.
especially for the kids. I think that's it.
All right. Good.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Williams. Did that cause anyone else to want to come forward? All right. Seeing no one coming forward, hearing nothing from the audience, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Wayne, I think you picked up both those questions from Ms. Williams, sod replacement, and then what are the possibilities of having a crosswalk installed at 44th and Curve?
Mayor and Council, I should have completed my sentence on the sod and the boulevard issue. Yeah, we will resod the boulevards, but if a homeowner has their own plantings, we'll work with the homeowner to leave out the sod, and that's only if they're going to replant those within a certain amount of time that's required by our pollution control permit that we have to pull for the project. The crosswalk at Curve Avenue, we can take a look at that. It's a difficult intersection, not only because of the traffic, but there's one big old tree that's in the way there because you're coming out of there. So it's a difficult intersection, but we'll take a look at and see if there's anything that we can do to improve that.
It's made more difficult by the fact that there is no sidewalk then on the south side. So if someone wants to cross, for instance, at Eaton, where there is the northbound street, there's an expanse of pavement and no real clear delineated place to cross.
Right.
Okay.
We can look at that also to see if there's a way that at Eaton, if we can put in actually ped ramps, so people do have a place to cross at that location. If there's we'll take a look at that too. But our goal is obviously to make this a walkable community. So.
Sure. Member Swenson.
There's only one more area, and everyone who's ever pulled out of this knows it. It's on the east side, right almost to France, right behind the photo shop. South side, there's a driveway you come out that kind of goes in between, 44th Street and Sunnyside. And I'm sure any undercarriage company really enjoys that because it takes out the bottom mufflers of a number of cars. So I'm hoping that you can correct that when you do the curb, the driveway apron, and the crest of the hill right there, because it's kind of a killer.
Yep, we're.
I was always glad when I bought an SUV along when it came out because you could manage it successfully.
That is part of the design. The final design is to correct that, but at the same time not jeopardize the stormwater that might go down that alley.
Kind of what I figured was the issue, but I appreciate you looking at that because anyone who's been there is smiling out there right now.
Oh, yeah. You can almost get motion sickness going through that thing.
And I would then move approval.
Second.
All right.
Yes, everything that, this large thing right here.
Okay. Further discussion?
I just want to comment that this is a very complex street project, and I think staff has navigated the many myriad issues very well.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Like so many neighborhoods in our community, it's just a wonderful place and has a real pedestrian feel to it. So I think maximizing the walkability of it would be important, including maybe considering what Member Swenson said about sidewalk between Wooddale and the park. It's worth taking a look at. Any further discussion? Otherwise, we'll have a roll call.
Just thanks for the crosswalk to the park.
All right. Roll call, please.
Member Brindle?
Aye.
Member Sprague? Member Swenson?
Aye.
Member Bennett?
Aye.
Mayor Hovland?
Aye. All right. Thank you. Very, very professional and thorough job. Next matter. Killarney Shores. Mr. Sullivan, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'll be giving 3 presentations this evening. The first one I'll be talking about is Killarney Shores Roadway Improvements BA 371. Killarney Shores is a horseshoe, kind of little landlocked neighborhood located south of Vernon Avenue, west of Bredesen Park, and then Gleason on the west side as well. This is made up of Killarney, View, and Schaefer roads. This project was initiated by staff as part of our comprehensive capital improvement program that we're going through within the neighborhoods and throughout the community. These streets and most utilities were built in the late 60s, 68 to 70 time frame. We've been doing normal maintenance on the streets over the years. However, the streets are becoming worse and worse condition just overall and becoming nearing their end of their useful life. We have a number of issues that are very prevalent in this neighborhood. The questionnaire results we've got back from residents showed a lot of the stormwater drainage issues. A lot of these issues are not necessarily related to the roadway itself, but backyard type drainage issues. That kind of goes with the groundwater flow. Because we're so close to 9 Mile Creek, Bredesen Park, although it's a lovely walking path and has a lot of nature, it also has a higher water table in here, which is not bode very well for the basements and the homes along this section of road. And we do know there's some sanitary sewer issues out there. We've televised the sewers in the last couple months and understand that there's some areas that we want to look at making some improvements to. Same goes for the water main. There's a recent water service break over on Schaefer, and there's some other water main, water and fire hydrant type upgrades we'll be doing with this project. This neighborhood, all 3 streets have surmountable curb and gutter. Works very well for this neighborhood with the, like I saw, a lot of the backyard drainage coming out to the street. These streets are all consistent with the same width, 31 feet. And like we said before, you can see some of the pavement cracking. Soil conditions in this area are also more the clay, loamy soils that are more susceptible to the freeze-thaw cycles that we get during this time of year. Some of the improvements we're looking to do here, as I talked about a little bit before, is the first one is remove the blacktop aggregate subbase and replace it, keeping the width of the road the same. No desire to remove the curb and gutter here. Large percentage of it isn't functioning very well. There's just some small areas that will need to be replaced. It's localized ponding of water near the curb line due to settled curb. Like I said, those spots will be doing spout repairs to those. Some of the things we're not installing with this project, although we did ask it in the questionnaire, was sidewalk and street lighting. Both of those kind of came back with no need for changes as a residence, kind of encapsulated. The east side of Schaefer does have the Bredesen Park walking path within about 10 to 20 feet in some locations of it. So I think that's kind of a pseudo sidewalk along that east side. Plus traffic volumes in here are around 150 to 120 cars per day. So obviously all local traffic just generated from the people coming to and from their homes. I mentioned some of the sanitary sewer issues we have out there. They're minor, but there will be some spots we'll want to dig down and do some replacements, short sections, somewhere between 5 and 20 feet in length. We also want to upgrade the the fire hydrants out here as well to new city code. And then we'll do some modifications of the existing storm sewer system, increase some flow. There's a number of catch basins in the street, very flat grades in a majority of the neighborhood, so we'll maybe add a catch basin or two, change out some grade types. But the big thing in this neighborhood is the sump drain pipe. We're looking to install this along the front of all the homes within the neighborhood. This sump drain pipe would be used if a homeowner wanted to connect their roof drains or the sump pumps that they have that either discharge the side of the house, back of the house. A number of these do discharge to the street. They have piping that homeowners brought out to the curb, and it discharges into the curb. Because we would install this pipe as part of our project. However, the homeowner would have to acquire their own contractor or do it on their own with a building permit, a plumbing permit, to connect up to the system to make sure they've made all the proper connections. But we anticipate with every home on this neighborhood that would be able to capture roof drainage and sump pump drainage if a resident so desired. Kind of a combination or kind of a side note of this is there's a lot of backyard comments that were made in the questionnaires about we have a lot of flooding that happens in the back or during this March and April timeframe as we start to get the snow melt with the frozen ground, what happens back there. It's something the city recognizes. We did a project back in 1993 to alleviate some of these problems down in the southeast corner of the neighborhood down by Schaefer and View Lane, and ran some storm sewer back there, connected up to some storm piping that the neighborhood already had in place, the neighbors had already installed. So we recognize that there's a desire for residents to have improvements back there. However, it's very difficult for staff to, traverse onto private property for installation of utilities, and two, there's a lot of mature trees, fences, other type of structures back there that would make a lot of this very difficult to accomplish. Like I said, I think we've done a real good job of addressing the most critical backyard locations, and we'll be doing a lot of work in the front yards to make improvements to the drainage at the curb line and within the street. So we feel that we've kind of addressed the groundwater and drainage issues to the best of the ability of the neighborhood. Sorry about that. I'll quickly jump into some of the pricing that is associated with the different improvements. Like I stated, the sanitary sewer improvement work will not be a wholesale change out, but just will be spot repairs in locations that we believe that there's some need to do that. Around $33,000. Water main, same type of scenario here. That kind of includes hydrants, some gate valves, potentially a service or two in the neighborhood that we need to work on, but not a wholesale change out of the water main. We believe that the water main and sanitary sewer has a long life left for this neighborhood. Storm sewer is around $180,000, $190,000, which includes the curb and gutter replacement, the large costs associated with the sump pump drain tile that we'll be directionally drilling that in, so we won't be affecting a lot of the driveways or vegetation that's located about 3 to 5 feet behind the back of curb. And then there's some street improvements that both will be funded out of city funds and out of the resident assessment amount. The $107,000 that the city will be paying will be for the Bredesen Park. As you heard earlier with the 44th Street, there's some assumption there that there was potentially at one time buildable lots that could have been constructed within Bredesen Park. A lot of it's in a wetter area, but there's some location there that we believe could have been homes. So the city will be taking on a responsibility of $107,000 of the, I guess, accessible portion of the project. The other $643,000 would come from the residents. And that's all in total. This would be just over $1 million construction project. We're basing the assessment policy, and right now they're all preliminary assessments, on our residential assessment policy, a little different than the state aid policy we just talked about a minute ago with the 80-20 split. This resident assessment policy is 100% of the roadway improvement costs are assessed back to residents. That's not including the utility costs of the sanitary sewer, storm sewer, and water main. We base everything on a residential equivalency unit with one single family home being an REU. In this neighborhood, we actually have 4 different pricing points, so to speak here. We have 0.8 REUs, and we have 1.0 REU, 1.6 REU, and then the city park portion. And I'll get into where these are located on the next slide, but right now a 0.8 REU is around $7,800, 1 REU is around $9,800, 1.6 REUs is about $15,600, and then we already talked about the city park at $107,000. I stress that all these assessments are preliminary, and we will be finalizing these out in the fall of 2012 for the final assessment hearing at that time. The final numbers will be known. This graphic kind of illustrates where the 0.8 REUs are and the 1 REU and the 1.6 REU. This is the first time that I've been here that we've worked on a residential street project where we've actually had multiple or fractions of an REU in this form. We typically see the 1/3, 2/3. The 0.8, the 1, and the 1.6 utilize our state aid policy in principle, the fact that duplexes or twin home townhomes would either be charged at 0.8 if they're individual ownership per side of the building, or 1.6 if it's an owner, not necessarily owner occupied, but an owner, same owner for both sides of the facility. And then the remaining blue in there is the single family homes at the 1 REU amount. Jumping into the schedule, we started this project along with all the other ones in early fall, September timeframe, had a neighborhood information meeting in December, feasibility report in January. We're here tonight on February 1st, talk about the public hearing. If council was to award this project, we'd be moving forward in construction spring. Late April, early May is when construction would anticipate starting. Wrapping up this fall. Small neighborhood. We expected it would be wrapped up rather quickly. And final assessment hearing in fall of 2012. Staff does believe that this is a project that's necessary, cost-effective, and feasible for the public infrastructure of Edina, and that we're requesting that you authorize the Killarney Shores Neighborhood Roadway Improvement BA 371 for final plans and specifications. With that, I'll take any questions.
Questions for Mr. Sullivan? Member Brindle?
You were talking about the stormwater flow and the standing water in the spring, and probably with a heavy rain. What happens? How long does that water sit now, and where does it go?
Everything to the south slowly makes its way down to 9 Mile Creek. There's a number of discharge locations along there. As far as how long the water may stand or flow in these backyards, it's directly related to the snowpack, our type of thaw that we have in the spring, and what kind of rain events we have in the summertime. Like I said, we are aware of the necessity to at one point make some improvements out there, and those improvements were made in '93 for backyard type flows. So we believe that although it is not an ideal situation, that there is probably a longer standing water in this location than in other parts of town. It's truly a factor of the design, the installation of the homes, and the flat grades in the heavier soils that don't absorb the water during certain runoff time periods.
Member Swenson?
Kind of a follow-up then. What I did hear you say, though, is that you were going to be putting in, and I thought I heard you say, a drain tile system in the front. Does that tell me that if they all have sump pumps and they take their sump pump out to the street, that they can get connected and all that water that they're pumping out doesn't get regurgitated back around their property, correct?
That is correct, Member Swenson. We believe that a lot of this water is kind of a function of the fact that the sump pumps are discharging to the backyards, roof drains are discharging to the backyards or side yards and flow to the neighbors and just kind of recirculate within the same area. And so with the ability to connect separate from this project, but a homeowner can connect to our line, we'll leave them a stub out, very similar to what we do with other neighborhoods. We'll allow them to make that connection to get that water out of that cycle of just recirculating. They'll get it down to the Bredesen Park, to the wetlands, and eventually down to 9 Mile Creek.
Okay, thank you.
Member Bennett?
Understanding that the sidewalk at Bredesen functions for residents within the neighborhood and that there's no request for a sidewalk with this project, I did note that there was comment regarding, I think it was a lack of a bench at a bus stop, question of where school children stood while waiting for the bus, and finally, a safe crossing. We know that there's a traffic signal at the intersection of Blake Road and Vernon, but how does somebody get safely across in that interim? And then another stoplight, I guess, with Gleason Road. But for these three roadways and school children alike, how is that crossing made? And is there anything in this design that will address that concern?
Thank you, Member Bennett. With our construction and our proposed limits, we did not encroach or get out into the Vernon roadway network. That's a county road, and obviously we'd be willing to work with the county on that. There's the Bredesen sidewalk, as you said, that heads to the east on the south side of Vernon, but nothing really that heads to the west around the curve down to the signal there for Lincoln Drive. And we, as far as in regards to where the children wait for buses, I'm not aware of the activities of the bus garage and where they recommend it. Maybe some of the homeowners that may speak later could talk more detailed about that.
So at this point, there is not there is no sidewalk or trail along Vernon either from Schaefer west to Gleason, correct?
That is correct. We did not, with this plan, propose to put any sidewalk in that location.
Would the addition of that address some of the concerns, and how much right-of-way exists for the addition of something like that?
Jack, there. Yeah. Councilmember Bennett and Council, there actually is a trail along Vernon Avenue on the south side of Vernon Avenue that goes all the way down from the crosstown all the way up to Jerry's or Grandview area. So there is one. There's not a marked crosswalk across Vernon Avenue or at Gleason, actually. So if you would like us to direct staff, we can propose one with the county. The county hesitates to put in marked crosswalks, but if we can part of this project, we can go request the county to put in a marked crosswalk there.
What occurs is that there are actually a couple of streets to the north of Vernon that I think are probably some of the access points that are desired, where it's not someone who's necessarily desiring to go north on Blake. That's farther east than they want to go, but it would be a logical crossing for them if something safer were provided.
We do have, I mean, you're correct, on View Lane and Schaefer are four-legged intersections with Vernon Avenue. There is not a cross or a sidewalk on the north side of Vernon Avenue, so it's, a lot of times if you're putting in a crosswalk, it's difficult to have a touchdown point because we don't want to put people back out in the street if they're utilizing a crosswalk. So we prefer to have a sidewalk on both sides of the roadway, so you have the pedestrian ramps and such that people can transverse across there. This project doesn't include approaching the county, and I think we'd have to do a study before we approach the county to propose a crosswalk on an unsignalized intersection, especially on a roadway that's 40 miles an hour or higher.
Mm-hmm. I think it could be dangerous trying to put a crosswalk in at Vernon or at Schaefer, Vernon, and View Vernon. I think we'd be better off talking to the county about getting crosswalks embedded at Vernon, Lincoln, and Vernon Blake.
And possibly, if I suggest, is maybe having a sidewalk placed on the north side of Vernon in a future plan someday. Right. Yeah.
Director Houle, why do they not prefer sidewalks, or I'm sorry, crosswalks at the intersection?
The county's approach is basically to move vehicles, or has been in the past. Now now with the Complete Streets program and such, they're changing their philosophy a little bit. But typically, the county, any of the crosswalks in the greater Salto area along France or York, we typically, if we want them, we put them in and we maintain the crosswalk. So they've taken a kind of a hands-off approach to crosswalks on their roadways. But I think that philosophy is changing over time here.
I would also add that with that 40-mile-per-hour speed limit through there, it certainly adds an additional component to both the driver and pedestrian crossing interaction. That is another reason why the county does not look favorable on those higher speeds. We typically, our crosswalk, City of Edina crosswalk policy typically does not allow marked crosswalks at unsignalized intersections when the speed limit is at 40 or in these above collector, these minor arterial type roadways. So we typically would push them to the Lincoln signalized intersection or back to the Blake Oling or signalized intersection.
Other questions for Mr. Sullivan at this point in time? All right, I'm going to open this matter up to a public hearing. And if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to come forward and comment regarding this proposed project or inquire, we'll gather questions and then deal with the project. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Yeah. My name's Ed Mazaris. I live on Killarney. I just wanted to bring the council up to date on a couple of things.
Your address on Killarney, sir?
6005.
Thank you.
I believe Mr. Sullivan said the sewer in the street was put in 1960. The first house on Killarney was built in 71. So the only thing that sewer was used for was rainwater for the first 11 years. And the reason I know that is because I'm the guy that built the first house on that street. And you asked a question about the drainage. When I moved there, all the lots on View Lane in Killarney, the water went to the back of the lot and then went down to Mud Lake at the end of the street. But somehow the city permitted the builders to raise the lots, so then the water started running towards the streets instead of down to the end of the, and that's why there's a lot of water problems on that street now. If you come in the thaw, in the spring, you come and look at my house, you could almost float a rowboat between my house and the house next door, because the water's coming down all the way from Vernon. It was supposed to go from Vernon all the way down the end of the street, but they've raised the lots on the south end. That's all I have to say.
All right, let's work on that problem. Thank you. Anyone other than Mr. Mazaros? Welcome.
John Moon, 6016 Schaefer, and a few points. First, I wanted to thank the council for voting to approve the Green Steps program, and was hoping that in both the design and execution of these street programs that the goals for the Green Steps could be included however possible. Also wanted to thank the council members for approving the bike trail that's going to be going hopefully somewhere near our neighborhood, and hope that that can be coordinated however possible during the Killarney project here, which I know will be going close to that. The sidewalk that you mentioned, that Councilmember Brindle, that goes along Bredesen Park, actually the one that's used as a sidewalk is the bike trail, which is not supposed to have pedestrians on it. The pedestrian portion is further into the park, so directing people to walk on that portion of the trail puts them in conflict with the bicycles that are sometimes coming up from the trees. There's a little divot there, so it's hard to see, so there can be areas of conflict where they come together. And the third, Councilmember Bennett, I'm very pleased you brought up the idea of the crossing there at Vernon and Schaefer. I know that's 40 miles an hour. It's not very far down, it becomes 30, but it's a heavily used crossing for several reasons. First of all, because it is one of the marked signage entrances to Bredesen Park, so it's a very popular entrance location to get in there for people wanting to use the park. Number two is that it's a heavily used city bus stop on both sides of Vernon. So people wanting to get from either of those bus stops into the neighborhood to the north, or to get into our neighborhood after getting off there. And true, there is no sidewalk, there's no landing platform for people wanting to get off the city bus to be able to cross safely at that. And for a lot of people getting up to the crossing at Blake, if they get off on the north side, there's no sidewalk to get up to the crossing up Blake, and there's no sidewalk to get south to the signal-controlled crossing down at Gleason and Vernon, where those two separate. So they're walking in the street or well out in the street in this time of year. So they would normally choose to try and cross there to get to the sidewalks and safely go either east or west or into the neighborhood. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Moen. Anyone else? there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second? Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Let's talk about the drainage issue first. Wayne, is there something that can be done from an engineering standpoint as we're working on this project to deal with the problem raised by Mr. Mazzaros?
I'll actually turn this over to Jack in a second here, but my experience being with the city for many years is that yeah, there's always been an issue with the rear yard drainage. In a lot of cases, residents have actually filled in by putting buildings or pools or what have you on their rear yards, and that's pretty common throughout the city. And we try to work with the residents in a lot of cases of not filling in the areas. Now, in the last few years, we've been more stringent on the grading permits that people pull or require to pull. 10, 20 years ago, grading permits weren't pulled for those types of different grading on the yards itself. This project here, like Jack says, gives an opportunity by putting the sump drain tile in, is that if people do have issues with their own backyard or even with their downspouts, in a lot of cases it's tough to reroute a downspout to the front, they can actually put their own system in to grab that water off the roofs and put it into the sump drain system, and that's going to help also with the drainage. Or if they have a low area in their yard that always has water standing in the spring melt and heavy rains and such, that they can put a smaller pipe in there to help drain that off quicker. It's always going to be a wetter area. It's just the character of the soils in this area. It's more of a heavier clay, almost organic peaty type soil, so there always will have water issues in the backyards or standing water and stuff. And in a lot of cases, people, even with their landscaping, that can plant plants that'll wick up that moisture and kind of make use of that challenge. With this project here, I don't believe that we're proposing any major storm sewer additions that are going into the backyards, but it doesn't say that between now and when we bid out the project that we can be looking at it, and obviously with the spring runoff, we'll be out there watching it also.
Is this an instance in which a rain garden design would be of any help at all to people with some backyard issues?
I think not so much of a infiltration or percolation type rain garden, but just the plants that can survive the wet conditions, that they can take those types of plants and plant them where you do have the wet conditions and do away with some of the sod or the grass that you might have in those areas.
It seems to me that I recall that we dealt with an issue similar to this over in, I'm going to say it was Richmond Hills over here behind Edina Family Physicians, that we had a low spot there, and we ended up with a catch basin in somebody's yard. But as you were going through the project, you realized we need to do something here on private property in conjunction with the homeowner to potentially deal with an issue that sounds somewhat similar to me.
That's correct, Mayor. We after the project was awarded, or actually approved on an evening like tonight, we met with a number of homeowners that had a common backyard drainage concern and looked at what the city was able to do. We provided them with some elevation shots to see what kind of positive drainage they could get out of there, and kind of talked through some different scenarios that they may be able to do. And they banded together as a neighborhood, took a Saturday or a weekend and hand dug in a drain tile trench system in the backyards so that they could get the water out to the outlet that we could provide to them. Worked really well because they wanted to avoid the damaging effects of larger equipment that that they may have to bring in. So by hand digging it, they could miss their vegetation, their landscape gardens, trees, roots, root type issues like that. So we were able to provide them with some elevation shots to say, yes, it is feasible to do this. And this is something you can take on as a homeowner, or you and your contractor could take on to connect to our system.
Okay, so I take it from a staff standpoint, we're willing to meet with them and give them the benefits of our professional expertise and help give them a little bit of guidance on what they might potentially do as homeowners, either individually or collectively. All right, okay.
Yep,
and then I thought Mr. Moen had some interesting points that he raised that were consistent with an issue that Member Bennett raised, and it made me wonder about this sidewalk issue. You know, I can see where the folks down, you get deeper into Killarney or View or Schaefer, they're not interested in sidewalks down in there. But when once you get up on the county road there, you know, have we really thought through well enough this sidewalk issue? We're talking about complete streets programs for our community. We're talking about making it more walkable, more connected. We've got one of our major parks just a short distance away. We've got a bus stop, and it makes me really think about whether or not we've given this sufficient consideration in terms of how we could safely move people around and give them some easy pedestrian opportunities too to get to the park.
Mayor and Council, I think staff would recommend that we relook at that area along Vernon Avenue. Obviously, tonight I wouldn't recommend that we go ahead and tell the county we'd bill it because we don't have the funds to do that. We'd have to take state aid funds, and I'm a little bit short on state aid funds. So, but I think that we should take a look at it and then maybe come back to the council maybe with a proposal or at what year that we could possibly make those connections up there, especially the sidewalks on the north side of Vernon.
Well, or even, I know we're depending on the Bredesen Park existing path to get up to Blake Road, but there's this huge swath along Vernon between Schaefer and Blake Road on the south side that gets us up to a light, that gets us up to an intersection, that gets us up to a sidewalk on
Ollinger?
Well, wherever that, is it Ollinger and is it Blake or
Blake
Schaefer
Road,
that comes,
you go
yeah.
north.
And so that, to me, almost is a better way, at least, of getting everybody up to something that's a safe crossing for right now.
And is there room for another path in that stretch Member Swenson talking about, so you don't have to worry about bicycle pedestrian interface? That was what Mr. Moen was raising too as an issue.
Yeah, that.
You know, we wouldn't have to spend a lot of money, but we could carve in an asphalt path for walkers right there.
I think I'd like to take a look at that to see what we have on there. If I recollect, there is quite a side slope coming off going towards the south. But if we could,
you're right,
the staff could take a relook at that issue and then maybe bring it back at a future date.
Yeah, the notion is just to take a look at it. Yeah, I think it's good thoughts being bandied about. All right. Any other questions or comments by council? Is there a motion?
So, second.
Moved and seconded, we adopt the resolution surrounding the Killarney Shores Street Reconstruction Improvement, BA 371, Resolution 2011-24. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. All right. Thank you, folks, for coming this evening, and stay in touch with staff. They'll be happy to meet with you. And next, it's Macaulay Heights, proposed street reconstruction.
The packet does have a petition from residents, 13 residents, asking for the McCully Circle and Post Lane to be removed from the project limits. I'll kind of go into the project limits here right now, kind of show you the general area that we're looking at. This neighborhood is located in the southeast corner of Crosstown and 169. To the southeast is Indian Head Lake. This encompasses a Y street of McCully Circle and Post Lane, and then a shorter section of roadway down here called McCully Terrace. This is another project that was part of a capital improvement program. This neighborhood was built kind of in two phases, built in the mid-60s to the east, and then more towards the mid-70s on the westerly Macaulay Terrace section, as well as kind of the cul-de-sac end of Macaulay Circle. Here again, it's typical vintage Edina street. We're approaching 30 to 40 years old, in some cases even closer to 50 years old, with streets that have kind of starting to outlive their useful life. You know, here again, we've talked with homeowners, we've sent out questionnaires. We understand in this neighborhood some of their concerns. There's some stormwater drainage issues that they have at some of the intersection. The lack of curb and gutter on some of the streets they've expressed as a little bit of concern with kind of erosion and some of the water that's getting out, kind of making its way across the roads. We've looked at the sanitary sewer in this neighborhood, as well as the water main breaks that we have had in the neighborhood. Actually, we've had very few water main breaks out here and very few blockages. Our televised reports are really good, showing both really good infrastructure from that standpoint. This neighborhood, Macaulay Circle and Post Lane, is barrier-style curb and gutter right now, for the most part, except the bulb cul-de-sac at the end of Macaulay Circle, which is the black top. You can't see it very well, but it's a black top cul-de-sac up there, black top curb and gutter and street. You know, this street is pretty consistent with about 31 feet. The 23-foot wide roadway is Macaulay Terrace. It services 8 homes. It's a secondary roadway. It's a narrow corridor, narrow right-of-way, as well as very tree-lined, very interesting as you go up the hill and around the corner up there. With this project, we are proposing here again, first and foremost, to remove the blacktop, replace the blacktop and gravel subbase. And it says approximately same width, but we're going to be identical width through the majority of Macaulay Circle and Post Lane. Because of the curb and gutters already in place, no desire here again to remove that. Just spot repairs wherever there's settled or excessively cosmetically damaged curb and gutter from maybe plow activities or other construction activities. We'll be doing just spot repairs. Because both of these roads are just dead-end cul-de-sacs, or all 3 of these streets are, obviously residents were not strongly in favor of a sidewalk addition to this area. They did mention more on the Macaulay Terrace, Macaulay Trail. However, that's here again a different animal outside our construction limits here. And we also asked about street lighting, and there was no desire from the residents to change out the wood poles that they have out there with it and the Cobra head lighting that they currently have. Like I mentioned, we've also reviewed the sanitary sewer. We televise the sanitary sewer lines, send a small camera down there to look for any cracks or sagging or any deficiencies in our pipe, road intrusion, other things like that. And in this location, we do have a few areas that need some attention. Here again, not a wholesale replacement, but just sections that are in the neighborhood of, these are a little bit longer. We have about a 20-foot section or 2 within the limits, as well as an area that's about 100 feet long that we're going to do a cure-in-place pipelining on to try to remedy the failure to the pipe and the road intrusion that we have out there. Water main, as I mentioned, we have very few, we have no breakages reported on here, so we'll be actually leaving the water main as is, just updating the hydrants in this neighborhood. And then we have a minor modification of the storm sewer. Here again, it's just updating the system that we currently have out there. It drains off of Macaulay Trail through some backyards to a pipe network through the street and eventually down to Indian Head Lake. And that flow will continue. We're just going to look to do a few minor improvements to that. We have some minor sump drain installation on this one too. We're proposing that right now. Very minimal amount, but there will be some also in this project. From our standpoint regarding cost, we have the city breakdown costs from the different respective utility funds. Sanitary sewer, $11,000. Water main, around $13,000. Storm sewer, around $60,000. Totaling about $85,000, $84,000 for the city respective utility funds, and then $184,000 for the resident assessed portion, bringing the project total to about $267,000. This is a combination of all 3 streets, Macaulay Terrace, Macaulay Circle, and Post Lane. Here again, we're basing everything on our residential street assessment policy of the 1 REU per single family home. And we have a couple of duplexes in this neighborhood as well, twin homes, that will be assessing at the $0.8 amount. We have a number of single-family homes, so we'll be assessing at the 1.0 REU for $7,200. And then we have a duplex that's same owner for both sides, so we'll be charging the 1.6 REUs. A graphic here kind of illustrates the blue are all the single-family homes charged at the $7,200. The purple are the individual twin homes assessed at the 0.8 REUs, and then the one twin home that's in there that is owned by the same individual will be charged the 1.6 REUs. This project, identical schedule to the one I just presented a few minutes ago. If authorization for moving forward with the final plan documents, we'll be looking to start construction in April and April-May timeframe and finish this work up this fall. Final assessment here in 2012. Staff believes that this is a feasible project. It's cost-effective, necessary, and for the public infrastructure of this area, and we're requesting authorization of the roadway improvement BA 372. With that, I will take any questions.
Member Bennett?
Mr. Sullivan, given that any trail or sidewalk on Macaulay Trail is outside the scope of this project, is it in the long-range plan to be considered at a future time?
We don't have it currently programmed in our 5-year capital improvement program that we have for our state aid routes and local routes within our community. We don't have a sidewalk programmed for that location, or any roadway improvements for that matter.
Member Brindle?
Looking at stormwater flow, that's my theme tonight. Snow melt runs heavily on Post Lane at the end of Macaulay Circle, and when it freezes, the road is slippery all the way across. What do you have planned for that?
That area, Member Brindle, that area is the intersection, kind of the Y location from Macaulay Circle to the west and Post Lane to the east. And yes, that water does during the March, April timeframe, maybe late February, March, and early April timeframe, it's going to be in the freeze-thaw cycle. We are looking to see if we can extend storm sewer up to that intersection to try to capture some of that water before it makes its way across the intersection. I think there's some availability to do that within this project. However, I always stress that it's very difficult to capture these spring events. This year is a great example. Our public works crews are doing a great job of keeping the road as wide as possible, but there's still going to be that ice buildup that happens in the gutter line, and the gutter actually kind of gets moved out about 2 to 3 feet in some locations as the springtime happens. And so it takes a while. Some of that water just can't even make it to the gutter. So I stress that even if we made some improvements up there, may not solve 100% of the problem, but certainly I think would alleviate a majority of those concerns.
Is this an area, because there's a lot of trees here, therefore the ice lasts a lot longer, because, I mean, it's beautiful. This is just like the Country Lane area on a lake. It is a beautiful area. Consequently, you do get ice lasting a lot longer than in areas where the sun hits the roadway for a little longer. Is this an opportunity for a pervious surface?
Councilmember Brindle and council members, we have talked about pervious surfaces on a number of projects, one of them most recently the Gulf Terrace neighborhood, and looked at some of the rationale why we didn't believe pervious surfaces were, I guess, applicable to Edina just yet. And the reason there's some skepticism, and rightfully so, on the long-term effects of the pervious pavement, how we're going to maintain that pavement, the costs associated with doing such. So I guess the short answer is no, we don't believe that we're in a position in Edina right now that pervious pavement is the right option in this location or in maybe across the community at the moment.
Okay. Other questions? Member Frey?
Mr. Sullivan, I'm referring to the special assessment policy from August of '05 that we're following now. And it says it's very important in areas, they're talking about why we install curb and gutter where there is none previously. It's very important in areas of poor soil condition, steep grade changes, or very flat conditions. It also decreases the degradation of the residential roadway system, reduces fall and spring street maintenance, and aids in street cleaning and snow plowing. My question is, are there any soil conditions, grade changes, or flat conditions that merit the addition of curb and gutter here?
Councilmember Sprague, other council members, yes. Like I said, Macaulay Circle and Post Lane all have curb and gutter today. The only spot of that wishbone that does not have curb and gutter would be the very end cul-de-sac. Reason for that, looking back at the plats, it make the assumption that at one time there was a consideration of linking Macaulay Terrace and Macaulay Circle together potentially. And our belief that neighborhood or those last couple of homes were put in, it is a fairly steep grade up there, were put in using, I guess, as minimal of infrastructure improvements as necessary to get the street built. That is left with a bituminous curb line that's not functioning like it should, the steeper grades, some of the erosion's happening. So we believe in that location we're kind of getting the grade issue. The same could be said for Macaulay Terrace. That street there does not have curb and gutter today, but it does have some decent grade to it. And there again, this is a little bit sandier area down here. However, the grades is what we facilitate or would believe would be one of the driving factors for putting the storm sewer curb and gutter network in.
Thanks.
Other questions for Mr. Sullivan at this point in time? All right. Thank you. We will open this matter for a public hearing. And if there's anyone that wishes to come forward and inquire or comment regarding this proposed project, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, Council Persons, staff, I'm Robert Dawes, live at 6320 Post Lane. With your packet, I'm sure you got a copy of the petition that we put asking that Post Lane be deleted from this. I'm a 55-year resident of this residence and also Edina. I developed about 15 acres in this particular area over the years. Post Lane is occupied by 8 different homes, and in the petition there are 7 of the 8 for about 88% do not wish to be included in this road improvement. In the case of Macaulay Circle, of course, the estate of John Macaulay has lot number 6416, and so there was nobody available to sign the petition for that particular address, but they would be in the 75% ratio of no improvements. Macaulay Circle, I could see, as we talked to staff and visited with them over this project, they said that to delete ourselves from this project, we looked at about a 10-year window. And after further thought, that 10-year returning to this project would really help, because there's 3 empty lots on Macaulay Terrace. So the location of their aprons cannot be determined, and whether in fact they are single residents or doubles is yet to be determined. And I could see where possibly John Macaulay's lot, which is on 6416, could very well bring their road entrance to their house off of Macaulay Terrace. In so doing, they would move the house further south to give them a better view of Arrowhead Lake, and it also would free up where there's 4 aprons currently on the cul-de-sac on Macaulay Circle. They're all on the west end of that cul-de-sac, and it makes for congestion there. So if in fact that driveway were moved up, I think there's distinct advantages to the other empty lot that's also owned by a bank there on 6443 and is currently for sale. We encourage you to look at the various letters from some of our vacant or absent people. As I say, Post Lane is 88% opposed to this procedure. We do not have any of the deficiencies. This was put in to the guidelines of the engineering department at that time. We have the full width of a cul-de-sac. We have curb and gutter. We have no alligator surface. And the last house went in Post Lane about 15 years ago, and there's been no further deterioration. There is no potholes on the street at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noss. Anyone else? Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Bruce Barron. I'm the homeowner and resident of 6317 Post Lane. Also the homeowner of 7005 Lanham Lane, which is part of my parents' estate. So I got a double whammy on the big taxes here lately. Well, what I'd like to discuss is the Post Lane exemption. You've heard from our city engineers, their expert opinion. I'm also an expert at paving construction. I have 30 years experience with the city of Minneapolis, 20 as a supervisor for residential pavement construction. From 1968 to 1997, the city of Minneapolis had a residential paving program repave the entire city, 525 miles of residential with 150 of the MSA. I was directly involved with over 500 miles of that myself in my career from 1970 to 1999, 20 of them as a supervisor. So I know all about road building. Now, I built my home on Post Lane in 1990, new construction. The road surface today on Post Lane is every bit as good as it was 21 years ago when I built my house. There is no deterioration around the manholes. There is no deterioration on the edges where that meets the curb and gutter. The subsoil on Post Lane is excellent. It's 20 feet of gravel and sand mixture. I know I drilled myself with Braun Engineering when I built my house. The reasons for road deterioration are wear, number one, which we get hardly any on Post Lane because it's a dead-end cul-de-sac with only 8 houses. Cracking from subsoil heaving in the freeze-thaw cycle from organic material or clay soils, which there are none under the road. It's perfect gravel sand mixture. You can't buy a base as good as this, and that's under this road. And water sits on top of expansion cracks. As you know, that's what makes potholes. There are no potholes because it's a 5 to 10% grade on Post Lane. Water doesn't sit there. It runs right down to the bottom of the catch basin. If you ask the city engineer how much pothole repair or pavement repair has been needed in the last 20 years on Post Lane, you'll be surprised because I think it's zero. Because in my 21 years there, nothing has ever needed to be done on the road surface. So we don't need a new road. It's possible the city engineers want sewer upgrades, water main upgrades. Well, if you do just that, that comes out of a different coffer, as you well know, the metropolitan countywide sewer
Mr.
tax.
Barron, I need to have you wrap up because you're beyond the time.
Okay. Well, to summarize shortly, I am every bit as an expert as those two guys about roads. And Post Lane doesn't need a new road.
Thank you, Mr.
Here
Barron.
are my qualifications if you wish.
We don't doubt your qualifications and appreciate your opinion.
They're included in the petition.
If you
that
want to
Mr.
leave them with the
Knott
clerk,
says.
you can, however. It's up to you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Jim McCauley, reside at 6447 Macaulay Terrace. As a representative of my family in this manner, we would be subject to increased assessments on 3 parcels. We are opposed to it. We are late signers of the petition. signed it with Bob's assistance earlier today at my offices. I believe about a year or two ago, the city did a repaving of this, a partial repaving of this cul-de-sac up to the turnaround area. Could I possibly get a verification from city engineer on that? Is that?
No. Go ahead. Pose the question again, and we'll cover it.
Was there a repaving of the cul-de-sac, a partial repaving up to the turnaround section, and essentially, how was that assessed? I believe there was no assessment for that repaving effort. The road has had some considerable deterioration over a period of years due to just 30 years of wear and tear, but there has been some considerable work and improvements done to it. I might add, we are longtime developers in this area. We currently are trying to sell at least one of the two lots that we have as doubles. There's very little interest in those lots at this time, and I might add, they may not be doubles. They may be singles if they do sell. And I'd like to know how that would affect the 1.6 or the 1.0 factor, depending upon if there's a zoning change or a change in construction within the next 12 months prior to construction, or prior to assessment, I should say.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Just so we're clear, you live on one of the parcels and two of the parcels are vacant?
Two of the parcels are buildable lots. They're doubles, currently zoned as doubles.
All right.
They may be purchased by parties that would want to build singles. If one of those lots is effectively rezoned as a single prior to 2012 and the date for your finalization of assessments, how is that going to affect all the numbers going forward?
Got it.
All right.
Thanks, Mr. McCauley. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Denise Cooper. I live at 6301 Post Lane. I'm the last one that built a home there, and that was 15 years ago. Since I've been there, there has been no change in the street at all. There has been no repairs, not even a crack fill. It's still in the same condition as when I moved in, under the guidance of my father, who, for Hedberg and Sons for 50 years, ran sand and gravel and was pushed by him to buy it because it was a great spot, in his words. Everything has been good. There's been no problems, and I don't see why it should be done now. A different type of pavement was brought up earlier. Maybe at a later date, that might be something that would be feasible for our area. But if nothing is needed right now, if it ain't broke, why fix it?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Cooper. Anyone else? Hearing no one and see no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. A few questions. Director Houle, I think you probably picked up on some of them. Let me go back to my...
I think the first one was the rating of the condition on Post Lane was questioned, and then...
Well, Mr. Nass had, I guess, just comments, but he claimed there were no deficiencies on the road surface, and I think that was echoed somewhat by Mr. Barron. Wondering what your comments relative to that. I see a pavement condition index of 33, which is far below the average, so wondering how that was arrived at and how we have this disparate opinion about, set of opinions about the condition of this roadway.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Yes, our feasibility report has a 33 pavement condition rating index for this weighted average of all these streets. As Director Houle mentioned in one of the previous presentations, we hired an independent third-party consulting firm, Good Point Technologies, out of St. Paul, Minnesota, to help rate these streets, all of our streets in town, on about a 3-year evolving basis. We hit street hopefully every 3 years or so in town to get an accurate determination of the different stresses, different characteristics that we're seeing on our streets, so whether that's cracking, potholes, different type of surface distresses. This neighborhood is no different than any other neighborhood. We have a number of different issues with this area. Each street, each block has a little different characteristics or a little different rating. However, aggregately, we're saying these are 33, which falls in our 0 to 45 range for typical street reconstruction projects.
What about the issue of some of these parcels are buildable, no one occupying them now, put in curb and gutter, you may have to do there aren't existing curb cuts everywhere, so how would we potentially deal with that issue?
That's correct. There's at least three lots that are not yet built. This is no different than any other neighborhood. Parkwood Knolls that was just approved and constructed last summer, there's a tear down rebuild vacant lot in there that was sold. At this time, we still don't know where the driveway might ever be installed at that location. When a development comes in, they have to pull the appropriate building permits and curb cut permits, and are required to replace the street to a satisfactory condition of the engineering department. They have to pull a street bond, and in most cases that's replacing the street from curb width to curb width. Usually it's like a 30-foot square panel of blacktop to facilitate an appropriate replacement of any damage that may have happened. So we see it no differently here. The question that we get asked is, well, maybe if we wait 5 years and then everything will be sold and built on. Well, I can guarantee you that in 5 years we'll have a tear-down rebuild, or these might not sell in 5 years. What's the appropriate time frame for looking back to saying that everything's now built out? Well, as soon as it's built out, it'll be remodeled and rebuilt. If that's the case, the older ones will start turning over and may have driveway changes.
Member Swenson.
Well, his follow-up question was, if it's a legal double lot now, I take it each has its own REU. So his question was, what if someone 8 months from now, before we look at it for final pricing, decides to buy both lots and build one house? What happens to the REU then?
Member Swenson and council members, yes, we did look at this. The 2 lots that Mr. McCauley owns that are butting McCauley Trail are zoned R2, which is our duplex or bungalow type of zoning. However, we determined, working with the planning department and the assessing department, it's probably more realistic to expect that they would be in R1 zoning based on our setback requirements. And so we're actually proposing to assess them at a 1 REU instead of a 1.6 REU per lot, figuring that it's probably more likely that they actually get built as an independent home. And so at that time, yes, they'd be assessed to 1 REU for that work now.
Okay.
There were some comments by Mr. Barron about relative comments. I mean, his opinion relative to the condition of the road surface, particularly on Post, just as good as it was 20 years ago. The subsoil is in excellent condition. Reasons for deterioration are wear, cracking. There's no potholes up there. There's a 5 to 10% grade that allows the water to run off. No repairs have ever been needed. Sounds like, compelling reasons as to why this road isn't in need of repair, but then you look at your pavement condition index, which is a 33, and I'm trying to reconcile his testimony, understanding that he is a homeowner there, but also a professional. How do we reconcile that?
I would agree with his description of the characteristics of the street, the low traffic volumes, the better grades that facilitate drainage. All these things have really helped to allow the street to be able to be 50 plus years old or in the high 40s and not be reconstructed. Most pavements, we start to see deterioration happening much sooner, 25, 30, 35 years. These are stretching out considerably longer because of those characteristics that he's talking about. However, all the things that are in favor of the street, as were mentioned, you still can't turn back the UV some of these other things that's happening, and just a plain drying out, deteriorating, rotting of the blacktop itself. And that'll ultimately continue to happen. The characteristics that we're talking about have just helped extend the life of the street above what probably other streets in town are experiencing at this same age.
So in your opinion, this street is beyond its useful life?
In our opinion, that the street is certainly beyond its useful life, and as an aggregate project, it should be replaced.
There was a question about repaving a while ago on Macaulay, too, as to a repair.
Mr. McCauley raised that question. Had there been a partial repaving on Macaulay?
The short answer is yes, there was a thin overlay that was put on Macaulay. The reason why we do it, and if you look at our budget for public works, we spend a lot of money on asphalt in our budget. One of the things that we do is that we do thin overlays just to kind of limp those roadways through till we actually can do a roadway reconstruction project. In some cases, we've even done thin overlays so our snow plows and heavier trucks coming out of the springtime don't fall through the pavement itself. We've had that happen on somewhere that we have real thin pavement. So the short answer is yes, we had a thin overlay. Is it going to last forever? Is it going to keep them last for another 10, 20 years? No, it's already, the cracks are showing through it, and it'll just deteriorate faster.
Member Sprague? Or Member
I have
Bennett?
a question that will also be a question in the last public hearing this evening, and that is, you've spoken very carefully, Mr. Sullivan, about in the aggregate, and I understand that there are different pavement condition indices for different streets. Why is the practice of aggregating used? What is the rationale behind that and the principle?
When we look at the city, and the major majority of our roadways are over 40 plus years old. So typically a asphalt pavement lasts 35 to 40 years. We're hoping that we can extend them by doing a little bit different design. But when we're looking at the city, and we went through and did the pavement condition index, or evaluated all the pavements, each individual roadway has its own PCI essentially. In order to put them into neighborhoods that we can economically reconstruct, we've lumped like lots together basically, or like neighborhoods together, so that we don't have a discrepancy of having a subdivision or a project where you have large lots and small lots, and if we're assessing each one the same, that one's not subsidizing the other essentially. So that's essentially the reason why we're looking at lumping different neighborhoods together and then using the aggregate for the PCI index, and then comparing those neighborhoods against other neighborhoods in the city. The other thing that we don't want to recommend is that we piecemeal roadway reconstruction in the city, that we do one block might have a PCI of above 45 or even 60, and then you have another block that's 20. You really don't want to go on, okay, just repair that block. You want to repair the entire neighborhood just for economics and mobilization, everything else that's contributed into a project cost.
Member Sprague, and then Member.
Just to follow up on that, so the rationale, one is equity, and the other one is the economies of scale of grouping neighborhoods together.
Correct.
Okay.
What's up, Member Swenson?
Well, the statistic that Minneapolis redid their streets in 29 years, at the rate that we're going now, and the amount of work we have to do, guys, how many years?
We're out to 2019 right now, and we haven't even covered half the city. So, no, they have much larger staff than we have, and a little bit more.
It was an interesting statistic, because I know one of the things that has kept us going on street reconstruction for the 6 years that I've served is that time is running out. We have a lot of streets to do, and if we don't keep going, we're in trouble. So I was just curious, based on that number, where we were.
Member Sprague.
I keep losing my train of thought here, but I also wanted to ask the assessment. It's a holistic approach. You're not simply looking at, excuse me, PCI. You're looking at all the various factors that you mentioned earlier. it's a multifaceted approach. It's not just PCI index.
That's correct, yes. Yep.
Member Brindle?
In a situation where you have part of the area that maybe because it's got so much tree canopy shading or whatever, the roadway remains in very good condition. And then you've got other areas which, personal experience, I know, are in conditions that need to be replaced. Is it possible, let's say, for example, that Post Lane really is in good condition, which actually, this is close to my house, and it's covered with snow now, but I know that Macaulay Circle is in need of repair, and Post Lane is really protected, and therefore it's in much better shape. So could we do a cut and leave Post Lane alone and then meet it with the improved roadway on Macaulay Terrace?
Councilmember Brendel and Council, I think the Council could slice and dice these any way you want, but from our recommendation as a staff and a professional engineer is that we would recommend that you keep these together.
Yeah, I understand, but I also feel like if it's in good shape, why touch it?
I believe we've gone on record that we disagree with that the pavement actually is becoming brittle and probably doesn't have the alligator cracking, but it's a matter of time before that water starts going through the pavement because of the age of the pavement.
One of the things we haven't specifically mentioned, I don't believe, is, we talked about the pavement condition index and methodically going through the community and looking at that along with other variables to determine what's next. But kind of overarching all of that is the notion that you're taking it from worst to best. I mean, we're going through a sequence, as I understood, where we tackled the worst of the roads first, and now we're moving progressively towards the better roads. They're all over 40, 50 years old. But there's some methodology to all of this beyond, as Member Sprague said, beyond just the pavement condition index. Is that right? Is that?
Yeah, that is correct. There is some areas of town that we obviously can't get to because of our staff and financing. So those are the ones that we place the thin overlays on so that we can limp us through. But typically we're going from the worst to the best, trying to pick off the lower ones, the 20s, the 30s on the PCI, and then looking at the utilities and how these fit into the whole picture of the city. But yeah, I would say I would agree with you that we are approaching from the worst to the best.
Other questions or comments by council? I think we covered all the questions. Anybody else have any other questions on their list? Yeah, Member Sprague.
Between neighborhoods, is it a difficult determination, or do these particular neighborhoods stand out when you're comparing all the various factors on the map, or are there minute differences neighborhood to neighborhood? I know you can't really generalize, but I'm just curious how difficult the analysis is.
Maybe. I believe our average is 37 for PCI. So, or is it 57?
57.
57. So, what I would have to do is take a look at a map and see how they scale out. But the ones that we have planned for till 2019 at this point, they're all fairly similar as far as the PCIs and such. And then, like I say, when we took into account, like on the Minnehaha Woods with the water main replacement, that actually got delayed. That should have been done a few years ago, but that got delayed because of the funding in the water fund. But no, I would agree that the overall majority of these things are pretty similar of what we're doing right now.
Member Bennett?
And just so we're clear on impact, as you said, we're free to slice and dice, but you recommend for economies of scale and equity doing an area together, all together. If there were to be a distinction made and Post Lane was to be separated, that would mean that not all the petition signers would be impacted because it's really, there is a differential, but it's overall, there's the overall rating, there's a differential between streets, but as Member Brindle points out from her personal observation before the roads were thoroughly covered with snow, there really are two of the three streets that to the untrained eye need reconstruction. And what that would remove from the, if there were to be a separation, it would remove 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 properties from share in the assessment, meaning that the assessment for the two streets would be then shifted onto the remaining homeowners. Is that correct? Including some of the petition signers.
That would be correct, yes.
Thank you.
Is this the only project that we're doing in the southwest corner?
Actually, well, Killarney to the north on the other side of the crosstown, but yes, this is the only one that we're doing in the southwest corner. You know, the other thing to keep in mind, and I think you folks asked that earlier today, was what if you push back a project? And if you recall, the cost of material and such has gone up, and there's a couple projects that we do have as examples. One is a country club project that actually went up about 170-some%, depending on how you look at it, from the east to the west side. And that was delayed for 2 years, from 2005 to 2007. The Sunny Slope project just to the north here, that would be a real similar soil conditions where you have nice granular soils. That was delayed from 95, 96 to 99 to 2000. That was about 300% increase in costs on that one. So yeah, you could delay projects, but there is a cost to delaying a project, obviously.
That's what I would worry about too, is from our past experience, especially in country club, that no one wants to have this kind of a special assessment, and they don't want it now when they're living at their home. They'd prefer it happen somewhere down the line. I think Mr. Nass said, why not wait 10 years? But 10 years from now, you might still be living there, and this project is going to cost $15,000. So that, you know, we're in a great bidding environment right now, and even though there's some disagreement as to whether this project ought to be done or not, I think it's really worth considering here by the council. Member Swenson, you had your finger poised for
No, I was
comment,
just going to make a motion to approve it. I know that the Post Road Group isn't very happy with that, but you've got a road that's almost 50 years old, and that's a really old road when you're looking at pavement. For us to cut you out and make you one odd little street that won't get touched for years, I don't think is good city management. So I'm going to move approval.
Is there a second? Second. All right. Discussion? Roll call.
Member Swanson. Aye. Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague. Aye. Mayor Hovland.
Aye. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Good discussion. Tough discussion. Next is the proposed roadway improvement for the Oscar Roberts neighborhood, BA 373. Mr. Sullivan, thank you.
Thank you again, Mayor, council members. I'm starting to feel like Groundhog's Day up here. This is the third one tonight, but it's following a very similar process. However, I would like to draw your attention before we get too far into this as well of a petition that was submitted by residents after you received your feasibility report on January 18th. It's been submitted more recently than that. So draw your attention to that. The homeowners, the Cornelia Gloucester neighborhood have signed that. This project we're calling Oscar Roberts Neighborhood. It's Cornelia Avenue south of 72nd Street, Gloucester, this kind of horseshoe street here, and then the small cul-de-sacs of Heatherton Circle and Bristol Circle. For a point of reference, Cornelia Elementary School is located kind of in the northwest quadrant here. First you get to the hockey rink and the other park facilities, and then further to the north is your is the elementary school up there. Here again, it's a staff-initiated project from our capital improvement program, and this neighborhood was built as well as utilities in the early 70s, 1971 or so, for a majority of this neighborhood. Here again, we're talking about the same type of issues again. Street condition, pavement ratings are starting to falter. Management practices, maintenance activities have been ongoing, but starting to get worn-out pavement again here as well. In this neighborhood, we've done some additional storm water drainage investigation on a few locations. Groundwater flow is another issue that we've been talking about this evening. The biggest one here, though, is sanitary sewer, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And then a few minor water main upgrades on Gloucester and Cornelia, and more major upgrades looking for the two cul-de-sacs to the east. This neighborhood, all these streets in here, these 4 streets have surmountable curb and gutter. A couple of photos you see here of the 2 cul-de-sacs, Bristol and Heatherton. They have a consistent width of 31 feet. This is all 4 streets have the same width to them. And a couple of graphics here do show the poor pavement condition. These pavement ratings, we're averaging on average 16 for the PCI. I know we've been talking about a lot tonight, so I thought I'd throw that in there. For an average number for the neighborhood. We're proposing to remove the blacktop pavement and gravel surface here again and repave this area. In addition, we're looking to do just spot repairs of the curb and gutter. Like I said, here again, probably 90% of the curb and gutter is in good shape. There's 10% or so that will need to be removed on Gloucester and Cornelia. We have more extensive removals on Bristol and Heatherton, because of the fact that there's some water main improvements we'd like to do there. So we have to remove a little more, actually almost all the curb and gutter, both for water main installation as well as facilitating drainage. These two are very flat cul-de-sacs, and when we put the curb and gutter back in, we want to make sure we get it in so it drains out to the north. These 2 cul-de-sacs have a 6-inch main that runs about halfway down the street. Then it branches off to a much smaller line. That smaller line is really undersized for the number of homes that are attached to it. There's an 1.5-inch line that services 6 to 8 homes, both these cul-de-sacs. We would like to do some improvement to that, upgrade that to a 6-inch service, and do some additional sewer water main laterals out to the homeowners for this area. Curb and gutter, we talked about sidewalk and street lighting. Questionnaire results here again from the residents, the 2 big topics that typically get brought up. There was no desire to change either one of them. We're just outside of the area that's associated with the school crossing area. Cornelia and 72nd does have painted crosswalks in all 4 legs. Public Works Department usually refreshes those in the spring and the fall because of the heavy traffic that they get, both pedestrian traffic and vehicle traffic. We would look to maintain those same painted crosswalks on the leg that we're able to reconstruct the south side of Cornelia and 72nd Street. Along with the pavement deficiencies and the water main deficiencies in this neighborhood, we have a number of sanitary sewer deficiencies for some interesting reason. There's not a lot of large trees in this area, but there's a lot of root intrusion. The entire length of Cornelia all the way down to the bottom of the horseshoe and then back up Gloucester about halfway up has a very extensive root intrusion problem. It has not to this date been a backup concern for residents. However, our Public Works Maintenance Department does a 3 to 5 year cycle of going through here and cleaning out the roots and making sure that the blockages are minimized or even prevented in this case. However, what it doesn't do is it doesn't the roots are still somewhat sticking into the pipe. They grow back, so we have to go out there, a lot of maintenance activities. And secondarily, they've created a crack or a way to get into the pipes. We get a lot of inflow and infiltration. One of the big things we're trying to do is stop our I&I within the community. a great example of a location where we could do that. Almost every 3-foot section of pipe along here has root intrusion. Roots that are anywhere from hair thickness all the way up to pinky finger, small carrot-sized roots. So certainly something that allows a lot of water to potentially infiltrate into this pipe network. So we're proposing to do a cure-in-place pipe liner along a very large portion of this project. It's something that would be, instead of 3-foot segments of pipe, we're going to have runs that are going to be 300 or 400 feet long of pipe without interrupted sections in it, so there's no way for water to infiltrate or root intrusion. So we should be able to minimize our maintenance activities out there and certainly decrease our inflow and infiltration that may be occurring out there during different times of the year. Also looking to do some upgrades of the fire hydrants and some, here again, minor modifications of storm sewer drainage. We've talked a lot about storm sewer drainage tonight. All the water in the two, Cornelia and Gloucester, flow to the south, all come out and then eventually go through the backyards and work their way down further to west over to the west side over there just off of 177th Street eventually. The two cul-de-sacs drain to the north, and that's certainly areas we want to make sure we have proper curb and gutter to get that drainage in there. And we have a few locations where we're looking to install sump pump drain tile as well to try to mitigate some of the groundwater issues from sump pumps and some of the roof drainage issues that few of the homeowners have expressed out there. This project, like all the others, will be utilizing a combination of public infrastructure, different sewer and water funds, as well as resident assessment costs. We're anticipating about $200,000 for sanitary sewer. That's majority of that is due to the liner that we're planning to put in place in the sanitary runs. Water main about $100,000. The majority of that is coming out of the two cul-de-sacs, Bristol and Heatherton. Storm sewer fund around $200,000, bringing the city utility fund total about $425,000. The residents are charged $421,000 for the accessible portion of the street pavement and gravel subbase and miscellaneous landscaping, sod restoration type activities that need to happen out there, bringing the project total to just under $850,000. This neighborhood has a considerable number of twin homes, and so you can actually see that because we're kind of increasing a little bit of the density in this part of town, our assessment prices or assessment amounts are proposed to be considerably less than some of the ones we've talked about tonight. One REU is running at $5,200 with a 0.8 REUs at $4,160, and the 1.6 REU running at $8,320. These are all preliminary and will be finalized the following year of construction, so in the anticipated fall of 2012. This graphic kind of shows the larger number of twin homes that we have out here. The blue homes, blue lots again, are single-family residential. The purple color, the 0.8, and the yellow is the 1.6 REU amount. So plus or minus the $5,200 that we anticipate this project to cost. Once again, we're on the exact same timeline with all these projects. These are projects that our staff will be able to complete, get out for bid yet this spring, and award to a contractor, providing the bids come in respectfully, and finish up construction this fall, and final assessment hearing in the following fall of 2012. Staff believes, based on the infrastructure improvements, the sewer and water, as well as the pavement surface improvements, that is a necessary, cost-effective, and feasible project, and we'd ask that our staff recommendations that council authorize the Oscar Roberts Roadway Improvement BA 373 for final plans and specifications. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Questions for Mr. Sullivan? Member Brindle?
Looking at a couple of the comments we received on this particular project, stormwater drainage appears to be a problem along Cornelia and Gloucester. Where does it go, and what kind of efforts are you going to make?
There's two types of drainage, I think, comments that were made. One is street comments. We've talked a lot about, is the curb and gutter draining properly? Is there spots that are flat or actually backfall on the curb? We'll be replacing those curb and gutter sections to keep that water flowing, keep it going to the low points. That's the street drainage. The second component, we've talked about it also extensively tonight, is the rear yard perspective. Since everything starts up at 72nd Street and drains down to the bottom, to the south there, Same thing happens with the rear yard drainage. Between Gloucester and Cornelia, those backyards also have a very similar pattern of draining to the south. Over time, different activities have impinged upon that drainage way that was probably there when the original development was, or intended in the original development. And so you're starting to see a little bit of concerns with residents about some drainage. Here again, we can address those backyard areas within a project like this. However, we can talk with homeowners about, is there possibilities of, very similar to the Killarney neighborhood, is there backyard areas that we can help with, use our expertise to facilitate and kind of guide them in some directions and some choices that they may have as homeowners.
My other question has to do with the tree roots in the water main. To fix that, does that mean you're going to dig up the roadway and replace the water main?
Member Brindle and council members, I think there's, I might have misspoke earlier, I apologize. We have a lot of root intrusion in the sanitary sewer lines within this neighborhood. There's two ways that we can best, that's one of the problems we have with the sanitary sewer line. The other issue that is potential, and we have it in centralized or some localized locations, is sagging or cracking pipes. So there's two methods that we'll be doing to remedy the problem that we have out there. The first one would be to do spot repairs, where you actually physically dig the hole, go down the 8 to 10 feet, remove the old section of pipe or sections of pipe, place in a new one. That's our spot repair type of activity. Our second approach would be to do this cured in place pipeline. It's a less intrusive. You don't dig up the whole entire street. You just basically work your way through one of the manholes, do a lot of the work, basically a trenchless technology, as we're doing on 44th Street and some of these other jobs, and make a lot of improvement. Basically put a pipe within the pipe. So those are the two approaches that we'll be doing. So there'll be some physical digging of holes, and there'll be some very surgical type of repairs that will not require those holes to be dug. But we're not replacing the entire system, just kind of rehabilitating what's out there.
One of the other questions asked was, and Mayor Hovland alluded to it earlier, it's the timing of it. Looking at trying to keep expenses low, and what causes this to be the timing for this?
The real driver, and the first indicator that we've used is the payment condition rating. That's where we kind of start, but as Member Sprague and Director Houle had mentioned too, that's just one of the criteria. So that is where we started with the red flag, so to speak, of this neighborhood elevating to the top. Then when we layer upon that the infrastructure improvements to the water main for the two courts or the two circles to the east, and then the sanitary sewer deficiencies that we're seeing with the root intrusion inflow, and then the inflow that we're having, certainly those three major improvements are what are elevated this project to be a 2011 proposed construction.
My last one, going back to tree roots, I mean, they're going to be there a long time. How do you deal with those over time? Do you just keep hacking at them underground?
Well, throughout the rest of our community and throughout all communities, that's basically the thing you do is a routine maintenance schedule. Every 3-5 years, you get in there and you clean out these systems. You run a jet or a cutter through these lines. Same thing your homeowner would do with if you called a local plumber, rotor-rooter kind of company. Because we realize that in this location, not only are you going to have that repetitive nature of going back to every so many years, and it's just going to continue to get worse, but you have the inflow problem that by spanning from manhole to manhole in a 300-foot section with a continuous pipe with no breaks in it or no connection points, you don't allow the roots to get in there because there's nowhere for them to go. They can't seek the water, which they're going for. Right now, that sanitary sewer line is running in 3-foot segments. So every 3 feet, there's a spot where roots can intrude into that pipe. Now, with a revision, it's going to be every 300 feet, and that'll be at a manhole, or approximately 300 feet.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Sullivan? Member Sprague?
Mr. Sullivan, can you give me context in terms of the other area projects? I know we've done a few in the area, and the purpose of the question is just to figure out why this one maybe wasn't included with something else earlier.
Actually, the one that we did a couple of years ago was the South Garden Park area, which was Andover, West Shore Drive, and Wooddale Drive. A lot of the roadways to the west and kind of surrounding this area are actually concrete pavements. So that's the reason we haven't been into this area so much is redoing the asphalt pavements. There's another segment that's down towards the west, right along Highway 100, West Shore, Poppy Lane, that area that we do have on our schedule in a few years to go in and redo those that pavement area.
And 72nd Street's looking pretty rough too. How is that excluded from this project, and when is that up?
Unless Jack, I don't have that in front of me of when that, unless you.
It's not on our 9-year, 2019. It's not on our capital improvement program through 2019.
It must be the untrained eye thing. It just looked rough to me. And the other thing is, can you tell me what the PCIs are for we aggregate, but I know it's 16 average, but on the various streets included here. I'm curious about what the range is.
Certainly. Cornelia Drive, so this is basically from 72nd down to the bottom of the horseshoe, is when it was surveyed in August of 2010, came in at 27. Gloucester from 72nd down to the same touchdown point with Cornelia was rated at 32. Heatherton Circle was rated as a 2, and Bristol Circle was rated as a 10. Now, keep in mind that the 2 and the 10 certainly add into this, but it's a weighted average again. So it's based on a square foot. So if there's 1,000 square foot of pavement with a rating of 2, and there's 20,000 square foot with a rating of 50, obviously that your aggregate numbers will be closer to the 50 and a lot further away from the 2. Same thing here. When we looked at this area, I don't necessarily at a conceptual level, when we first start this process, we don't start picking or looking at these 2s and the 10s. We look at it as an aggregate number. And as an average, we're floating in that 16 range or down in the lower numbers. And so that's where we are.
And then you kind of aggregate the sewer and the water issues as well, the infrastructure.
Yep. In addition to some of these numbers, too, there's survey numbers and then there's projected numbers. Because our survey comes through about every 3 years or so, pavement life can change considerably in a period of time. It has a tabletop approach where it does pretty well for a number of years and then it starts to really fall off at a much faster rate. And so there's curves that have been generated for the community that kind of can anticipate where we're going to be, what's to be expected in 3 years on this street. And so that's what some of these ratings are, is projecting out, or projecting to today, actually. That some of these numbers that you're seeing are projected up to today. They were taken almost a year ago now, or in some cases in 2009 and 2008, 2007. So we're projecting them forward. And we're projecting numbers forward to 2019 to get these other parts of town.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Sullivan at this point in time? All right, thank you. I'm going to open this matter up for a public hearing and welcome our fellow residents to come forward and inquire or opine with regard to this proposed project. Thank you.
My name is Hein, H-E-I-N, DeHoog, D-E-H-O-O-G. I live at 7215 Gloucester Drive. Unfortunately, there's 3 minutes here. I spent the entire afternoon preparing a presentation for you, and clearly I'm not going to get to a lot of that. Fortunately, I've had an opportunity to bend a few of your ears. Some of you I haven't been able to contact or actually get on the phone with, but be all of that as it may, I'm still going to try to fly through this as best as I possibly can. Just for starters, I spent well over 2 hours with Mr. Sullivan last week to try to get educated on this. Here in my notes in red are inaccuracies that I have been able to put together with conversation with Mr. Sullivan as far as generalizations. My understanding is that a lot of this format gets done as a cut and paste from a template, and there are many inaccuracies in the report and a lot of general statements that don't necessarily apply to our particular area, yet they are included in the report, and I don't think that's a very good situation. Many of the problems that are listed are in fact anticipated problems and are not current problems, and that's also a pretty rough situation. Really, as Mr. Sullivan stated today, the real driver on this is the PCI for the street, and any of the other issues as far as sewer, water main, et cetera, are secondary. I did the Ross Perot thing. I brought a flip chart complete with graphs and calculations, and some of these calculations simply just aren't even accurate, and I'm not going to have time to go through that, but unfortunately. One of the things I'd like to point out is that Gloucester and Cornelia are really the large portions of the area, and if you take a look at the two pictures that were presented, those are these very small areas being Heatherton and Bristol, and those are the areas that are really in most need of street repair. Gloucester and Cornelia are built on a, what do they call it, a gravel pit. There's a very good underlayment. The streets are in very good condition. There's no potholes. There's no sagging. Yeah, they're not new streets. I've lived there 23 years. I don't think they've deteriorated a stitch in that time. We can go around and around about this. I guess my real issue, the bottom line is that we're going to spend $850,000 of this community's money, whoever's it is, be it directly mine or mine through tax paying. I really hope that you've all gone to take a look at this street and that you all have a really good understanding of what that PCI is, because if we're replacing streets, part of the questioning that was done and the responses to me sound like, yeah, this car's got 50,000 miles on it and it's going to have 100,000 miles on it in the next 10 years, so we probably should get rid of it now. And I'm a small business owner. I can't spend my money that way and be successful. And I'm asking you people that if I can't give you enough doubt because I don't have enough time, but what I really would ask you people to do is if you can't turn this project down, at least table the project long enough to get solid information, to get all the errors out of the report, and to get consistent information. I understand the sewers are in...
Mr. I need to have you wrap up. I let you run over.
Great. The sewers are in bad condition. I spend $100 every 3 years to the plumber to have that taken care of. Yeah. The city can do things along that line. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Hoog.
Good evening. My name is Dave Hartman. I'm at 7313 Cornelia Drive. A lot of my sentiments are reflected with Hines as well. The idea of our street needing repair makes zero sense to me. I live in that street. It's a smooth street. There's no potholes. There's no sagging. It's a very good street. And we're lumped in with two other cul-de-sacs that are really dragging the whole PCI average down. I have serious issues with this whole PCI way of making decisions to prioritize which streets over which streets. But as far as the weighted average on that, the street that I'm on, getting my mind around this street needing any kind of repairs of significance, let alone ripping the thing up and tearing it out, makes zero sense to me. I have a real hard time with that. I'm not the only one who shares that. Each of you received petitions. 80% of the people plus in the loop of Gloucester and Cornelia feel the same way I do. That's a total waste of resources, our money, and our tax dollars as well. I've had several meetings with the city engineers as well. I've looked at the PCI index. When you're looking at any decision, you're looking at cost versus benefits, right? If the street is very smooth, you can ride a bike on it, you can walk on it. There's no alligatoring, there's no chunks flying out or potholes. to get a brand new street there, hey, wouldn't that be nice? And it's a brand new smooth street. The benefit to me as one of these citizens that lives here is about this much more of a smooth street, okay? In exchange for that, I'm looking at $5,200 as one residential unit. I'm looking at from spring to fall, so was that 5 months of dirt, call it mud, that's gonna happen. I'm gonna mud my driveway, mud my garage, and guess what? Mud in my house, okay? I'm gonna be driving around dump trucks, bulldozers, front end loaders. My sod's gonna get ripped up for the first 3, 4, 5 feet. The bottom of my driveway is gonna be ripped up for the first of these driveway aprons. So you're gonna have to patch that, and that material is not gonna look the same as the previous material, so it's gonna look like a patched up job, right? So you factor in all of that and all these sanitary systems. I believe you're referring to the 2 cul-de-sacs and not Cornelia and Gloucester, by the way. So you look at the total cost of all this, not the financial plus the hassle factor cost, versus that benefit of about this much more of a smooth street to me. I don't get it. I have a hard time getting my brain around this whole thing, and so do 80% of the residents in that area. So I would propose to you, as per what Heinz said, is to table this, table at least the Cornelia Gloucester. For now, you want to focus on the cul-de-sacs that really need the help. I would focus there until the snow melts and you have a chance to look at that and you'll see what we're talking about. It's a total waste of everything to look at our street for repair at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hartman.
Hi, I'm Mary Merrill. I represent my family that owns the property at 7219 and 7221 Gloucester Drive, and I'm with these guys. First of all, I want to say that I live in Minneapolis. I don't actually live at the property in Edina, but your idea of a 32 PCI is about our idea of a 75 in Minneapolis, just for the record. This street is in very good condition. It's also not as old as some of the other properties that you asked about, Ms. Mayor. I think you asked about why this wasn't included in some of the other projects that were done recently. Those streets are older, on Andover, et cetera. They're older. They are concrete. This property, this area was developed a little bit later than that area was, just for the record. The other thing is, I can't speak to the sewer situation there, but I can tell you that at least on Gloucester Drive, there aren't very many trees. So I don't know how all those tree roots are getting in there and tearing up that sewer system. It's kind of mystifying, and I do understand this aggregating proposition, and as Hein pointed out, looking at the 2 pictures that you showed, clearly there's work needed on the 2 circles, but those 2 circles aren't adjacent to Gloucester or even Cornelia Drive.
Ma'am, would you address the council and not the staff, please?
I'm sorry?
Would you address us and not?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I was responding to their information, but just because you're saying that there's the ability to do this because these 2 properties, the 2 streets at Cornelia Drive and Gloucester Drive, just because they're near the 2 circles, they don't appear to need to be lumped together. I mean, they're completely different condition than the 2 circles that were referenced by the picture that was shown earlier. So the other thing is, there was some discussion earlier about costs increasing. Well, costs have increased up until very recently on construction materials. My family's had some construction business in part of our history as well. Costs were increasing during the heyday of new construction, which is no longer the case. I just don't think that that's going to be a relevant concern over the next 10 years. So, again, I echo the 2 previous property owners that just spoke and saying, this is a project that at least the Gloucester and Cornelia Drive portion of it should be tabled for now. And by the way, I haven't signed that petition, but would like to. So if it's at 80-something% now, it just went up.
All right.
Hello, everyone. My name is Noor Lamba, and I live at 7312 Gloucester Drive.
What's your last name?
Lamba, L-A-M-B, Lamba.
Thank you.
And, I totally agree with Hein, Dave, and I'm sorry I didn't get your name, but I agree with everyone, and I did sign the petition as well, and so did my husband. Some of the things that I would like to point out and, ask the staff here is that, one, I understand the whole idea of PCI ratings, but then, they clearly said that, they are looking at, what the streets would be in three years or so down the road. Right now, the streets do not need any work, and overwhelming majority of the residents feel that way. So if you're really and the other question I had is about the PCI ratings. We said that it was from 0 to 100. And so I would assume a road that's 100 is brand new, so something that's close to 0 would be something with potholes. I drove over Heatherton and Bristol and the entire length of Cornelia and Gloucester this weekend. I saw that one little tiny patch that was in the picture, and that was it. So I really kind of don't understand that if something has a rating of 2 or 3, that's so close to 0. And so I would really like to call into question the validity of these PCI ratings. I don't know, either the work wasn't accurate, maybe the information isn't accurate, but that's something that I don't personally agree with. I think that maybe there's something that we can look into in that respect. And again, the other question was that, and this was something that I think we asked, I think Jack was there at the last informational meeting regarding any of the repair work that's been done on these streets. And I think he said that there's been no repair work done on these streets for the last 30 years or so since they were built. One of my neighbors, Paul, he's in the audience here, and he doesn't remember any work being done. I think Hein, again, said that doesn't remember any work being done. So that's the other thing. These streets have not had any need for work. So, that's why the residents feel that we don't need to reconstruct the streets right now. And, let's get whatever mileage we can get out of them. 10 years down the road, if there is need, I'm sure the residents would be happy to petition the work in, if required to. We don't need the work right now, which is why we are opposing the work. And let's not, that's all I have to say, because, to me, it's a waste of money. And again, this is going to pose a financial hardship. A lot of people right now, because of the economy, some of us have been out of jobs or still looking for jobs. I was one of the people, I was not working for a few months, earlier this year. And it's again, $5,200 is a big, big amount of money. So that's what I wanted to bring to your attention.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lamba.
Good evening, John Victorson, 7213 Cornelia Drive. I'm on the 20%. I'm a veteran of the France Avenue renovation back in the 80s, and I'm also a property owner on Valley View Road, which also went through a renovation just a few years ago. And I'm very pleased with the work that the planning department has done, with the engineering department. They were very responsive to our issues that we had in terms of our trees, our oak trees on Valley View, our elevation changes on our parking lot. We didn't need a wall that they had planned for us. They really worked with us to make it happen. And so I really, really do trust the work that they have planned for us on Cornelia Drive. I've been augering my sewer drain every 3 years for tree roots. Yes, there are tree roots. So, yes. On one of the sheets that you flipped up, Jack, the numbers did not add up. So perhaps I was incorrect in what I saw, but I saw $500,000 from the city, and the subtotal was $425,000. So that's all. Thank you again.
Okay.
Look forward to it.
I think I can help you on that one. Thank you, Mr. Victorson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Kevin Oak, O-A-K. I live at 7305 Cornelia. I also am one of the 20% that have not signed the petition. I wanted to bring to the attention regarding the petition. It was circulated after the September meeting when there was no information available regarding the scope of the project. Most people were reacting to the letter that was issued from city staff regarding potential costs related to the projects in the range of $8,000 to $12,000. So I think people were reacting to that and not reacting to the information that was then provided subsequently in the January meetings and in the engineering reports that talked about the condition of the road, the condition of the sanitary sewer system, And so I echo Councilmember Swenson's that this is good city management to take care of those things, to keep the value of my property. The roads and the sanitary sewer systems are important to the value of property and are important to the city and managing the city and keeping this the excellent city that it is to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oak.
Good evening. Paul Gutkowski. I'm at 7316 Gloucester Drive. And it seems like what you might be presented with is a similar situation to the situation before, where you might be in a difficult situation on how to parcel out some of the residents from this particular project. My proposal would be maybe to take those two cul-de-sacs, two small cul-de-sacs, and do take a look at least tabling it to see if you might be able to put that in with another part of the city in that area, in the neighborhood, that would need the more reconstruction. Maybe it could be with 72nd Street, because there are other city streets in that area that do have potholes, that do need repair, much more so than Gloucester Drive, in my opinion. If you just take a look at the roadway yourself, you can make your own determination to determine if it really needs that much of major work on the pavement itself. What I also would like to see is more of the work to prevent it from a major project, where there'd be chip sealing and some of the more minor repairs, pothole repair, things like that, before we have to venture into some major reconstruction on a roadway. If that might be a better avenue before getting at some major reconstruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutkowski. Anyone else? Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Harvey Haver. I live at 6108 Tracy. I came here on a different issue, but I am just enjoying listening to what's going on, and so I don't have a horse in this race. So, but I guess I'm listening to the people who have good streets and so on like that, and they think that they'd like to do something else and so on. And I think this is a wonderful opportunity for you to lay something like this over and evaluate. I'm not critical of the city staff. I worked for the city of Minneapolis for 30 years in the coordinator's office. So, I mean, I understand the problems from the employee's point of view. But there's nothing to make me think that they can't improve. I mean, you know, how many of us are perfect? And so by laying this over and looking at the streets yourself, doing some evaluation, maybe seal coating, you know, could take it to the next, you know, renewal area, since it's an area that doesn't deteriorate compared to the area next to it. And to look at those kind of things and see if you can't do it, because I'm kind of this nation. I mean, I'm here speaking because I'm concerned something like this could happen in my neighborhood, and I really want you to, you know, understand what some of us feel on some of these things when we feel like, how come we're getting the short straw because somebody else needs this, and what's it working for? And really want to work for all of the people to make them happy and make them feel like this is a good thing for Edina. So I guess I think a layover of this thing, it doesn't necessarily probably have to get involved in construction season. You can look at the roads before that and evaluate this and see if you can't get your staff to get a different consultant maybe. I don't know what the stories are on this kind of thing, but there's a lot of possibilities from where I stand. So thank you for listening.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Haver. Please, we're not going to tolerate that here. All right, anyone else? Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second? Discussion. All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. The reason I raised that gavel and used it was because there are people in this room with differing opinions, and we're trying to respect everybody's opinion here. So when we have an emotional outburst like that, it could be intimidating to people that have an opposite opinion from you. This is a place where we want to have a high level of decorum, and we don't want to have these emotional outbursts. All right. One of the questions, well, Mr. Gutkowski raised it. This is a little bit random, but it's maybe more of a comment than a question. He said, why don't you go out there and look at the roadway yourself? You can make your own determination. I can't make a determination myself. I'm a layperson. I'm not a professional engineer. That's why we have a staff to rely on to tell us as we methodically go through our community what needs to be done in what sequence in terms of making sure that our infrastructure is in the condition that it needs to be in. So one of the questions he did raise, though, was what about preventative maintenance? Preventive maintenance. What's our strategy there?
Actually, if I could maybe pull up a diagram, I could probably cover a little bit of what a roadway. A PowerPoint. Just dropped it in there, so hopefully I dropped it into the right spot. What I was trying to drop in when as they were giving comments was a typical roadway. What I was trying to show was a deterioration curve of a typical roadway, and we showed it to the council back in 2005 when we did the special assessment policy. But a typical curve is a typical deterioration curve that you would have on virtually any material properties. Is that it comes, you have the life of the pavement, and it starts dropping off if you don't do any maintenance on it. If you do some maintenance over time, what will happen is the curve will come down, to maybe do a seal coat after 3 years, and then that curve will come up a little bit. You go back down, do another seal coat, it'll come back up. Maybe on the third time you do a mill and overlay, and then it'll come back up. We're basically coming real close to coming towards the edge of the curve where it's kind of falling off. And there was a comment that I sent to the council earlier today from some question was at the end of what we consider towards the end of the life of a roadway, you're basically almost like falling off a cliff unless you reconstruct that roadway. We're very close to that coming off where you're going to have a lot more cracking going on. Right now there's some minor block cracking. Yeah, there is no alligator cracking because they're correct. The subgrades are fairly decent, but you have that small block cracking going on every year, especially on a year like this year where we don't have a lot of real cold days. It's really kind of up and down. You're going to have a lot more. The cracking is going to come smaller and smaller and smaller, and basically the asphalt's going to deteriorate where it's going to be basically a gravel roadway over time. As far as the maintenance goes, we're maxed out on maintaining the roads in Edina. I mean, we have a really tough time of filling all the potholes, seal coating the roadways, doing the proper crack sealing on the roadways itself because of the overall age of the roadways in Edina. So that's why from a staff level that we really recommend to keep on track with our pavement rehab program. And when we look at some of these PCIs and the sanitary sewer upgrades, the storm sewer, water main, those types of things, that's where we really recommend to go forward with the plan that we set forth on it. The other thing to keep in mind is that a couple years ago we were accused of saying, when we got to this point, is that people would say, we never heard about this project. And so what we've incorporated is we've invited in, starting I think 2 years ago, properties or projects that are 2 years out, so people can start learning about the pavement rehab process and start taking a look at their pavements and comparing them against other pavements and stuff, and start understanding how we set up the program and why we set up the program itself. And this is a neighborhood, along with all the neighborhoods tonight, with the exception of 44th Street, that have been invited in for 2 years in a row here. And we'll continue that process and start working with, and if we have to go out 3 years, we'll do that also to help educate the citizens of Edina.
One of the questions that was a common sort of question, and maybe you wanted to stay there, was you're letting Heatherton Circle, the 2 cul-de-sacs in Bristol, drag down our rating, and our street's really in pretty good shape. 80% of the people think it's a waste of resources to do these 2 streets along with the cul-de-sacs. What's your response to that?
I think, and maybe Jack could answer that, but I believe the Cornelia and Gloucester actually were around 30 or so themselves alone, and just as a standalone, is that those would be on our list also, even without the cul-de-sacs.
Member Bennett?
I believe 27 for Cornelia Drive and 32 for Gloucester.
Right.
There's a question on the figures.
Oh, that was, yeah, Mr. Vickerson.
And what I had was 425 for the city and 421.20 for the residents, totaling 846.20.
And
yeah, 200. Sorry, I took a zero off.
And that's correct. There was a typo in the PowerPoint presentation. The feasibility report is the accurate one.
Okay.
So some
So
math
what I
error
have in
there.
front of me is accurate.
That's correct.
These streets are not as old as some other streets that we've talked about tonight and other occasions, but we've also talked on other occasions about streets approximately this age. And
less.
Yeah, and less, that have degraded quicker than we thought they would, but nonetheless seem to be in need of replacement. And can you talk about how that happens, how younger streets might be in need, just as much in need of repair as something that's 50 or 60 years old?
Yep. There's many factors that come into the of how a street ages, essentially. A lot of it has to do, like I think one gentleman in a previous public hearing talked about the subgrade conditions. If you have real good subgrade conditions where you don't have a lot of clays, organics, or material that's going to swell when it freezes, like below Countryside School, if you drive on some of the Arbor Lane and stuff, those have, you can just tell that they're swelled up because they're higher than the manholes over in that area. That plays into the factor of deterioration, of a roadway deteriorating. The other one is the actual thickness of the pavement that was put down. For many years during the 70s and 80s, they would use a thinner pavement section and even a thinner Class 5 or aggregate section. Over time, what we found is that that's not held up to the years of wear and tear on a roadway. So there's, like I say, there's many different factors that play into a roadway. Even the actual pavement design of the pavement itself is there. What we found is that even in the early 90s, when they were introducing recycled pavement into the mixed design, is that those pavements have not held up, and we've seen that on 69th Street, around 76th Street, Park Lawn, Maloney, those areas. So we're dealing with a lot of things that we've sort of inherited here in the city as far as pavement conditions and older pavements, and like I say, we're trying to go about it methodically and have a kind of a qualitative and a factual type way of approaching reconstructing the roadways.
You know, in this proposed project, we have everybody in the city, at least your recommendation is that everybody in the city help contribute to what's under the roadway. And the cost of that's a little bit higher than what the residents would absorb themselves. And of course, they're all part of what we pay for in the city as well. It makes me think about the overall question of infrastructure. You know, why are we going about doing all of this? Why is this important for our community to do? Why is it important for our infrastructure to be in top condition?
I think one of the major reasons, and I believe that it comes out in your 2020 mission statement, is to have strong neighborhoods, strong infrastructure, and it relates back to your quality of life in the city. And I think that's one of the more compelling reasons why we need to keep up the infrastructure and keep up our pavements in the city of Edina.
In fact, I think one of the studies that was done less than a decade ago indicated that when people think about moving to Edina, one of the things, or any community, one of the things that they strongly consider is the quality of the infrastructure of the community. And that is a strong factor in determining whether or not they're going to move into a community. And I think that's also one of the reasons that at least as long as I've been on the council, we've been methodically going about this job, even though it's not very pleasant and it involves special assessments, which no one likes, and all of us have been, I think, hit with it. It just needs to be done. Another question is just a variation on well, I guess Ms. Lamba said, what's this PCI rating? How is it done? You know, who does it for us and how is it done? What's the basis for that use of that rating?
If Mayor and Council, just look at my notes here. The PCI rating is what they refer to as a pavement condition index rating. And what that is that the consultant that we hire, and we could do it in-house too, but we just don't have the staff to go out there and evaluate the roadways themselves. But they look at conditions on the roadway itself, such as sagging, alligator cracking, raveling, potholes, transverse cracks, longitudinal cracks, block cracking, small cracks itself. They look at those, kind of categorize them, put it into a software program that then compares it against other roadways within the system itself. There's other items that could be added to that are much more costly. One is where they have a machine that they call a falling weight deflectometer that actually will determine what the subgrade is. That can be put into the program also, but that's very expensive to do that. That's typically done on highways, airports, those types of things for pavement itself. The pavement evaluation has been around for a long, long time. Actually, the Army Corps of Engineers started out evaluating their pavements on their bases and stuff with a program called a micropaver, and most of these other software systems have taken off from that micropaver system itself. What we found is that the software that we're using is actually very user-friendly. We used a software called Stantec for many years when I first started, and you almost had to be a programmer to operate that type of a system. And what we found is more of a Microsoft-style software that once the consultant hands it over to us, our technicians can then take that and run with it. Like I say, it's used in many communities around the world. A lot of the ones that are using it, the same type of software is Bloomington, Egan. I believe there's a couple, St. Paul, Hopkins, and a bunch of other cities that around the metro area here with this company. But this company actually goes international. I mean, they have things going on over in China and every place else around the world. So I mean, and what it is they're professionals that are experts that are in the field of materials, civil engineering, roadway design. So they know what to look for on a roadway itself. I mean, they're not pulling somebody off the street and saying, here, count the cracks and put it into this program. So.
All right. So what's your level of confidence that we're getting good information utilizing this company and their software to determine the condition of our roadways?
I think from a staff level is that when we've had discussions too, we always look back at the software that we purchase and say, is this the right thing for the community? And we feel that we're still getting the best bang for the buck for the software, and that we're getting the most expert advice in the metro area for that type of a service.
You know, I would probably be just like these other folks that live in this neighborhood or other neighborhoods, and they say, if the streets show no wear, they look pretty good to us, why do it now? It seems like a waste of money. So how do you respond to that question? I know it's a slight variation of what you've been talking about, but that's a question we often get, and a worthwhile question, I think.
Yep, I relate this back to a typical asphalt roof. Is that as a lot of times, if you are looking at your roof, it might be 15, 20 years old, but unless you have a hailstorm and you're actually looking at your roof, you're probably not going to look up there and say, boy, I need to replace my roof, until you see some major items wrong with leaking, those types of things that go on with it. And what we're trying to do is catch these before they fall off, so that you don't have a major failure of the road or the subgrade itself that's going to bring up the costs of the actual reconstruction of the roadway.
Other folks have issues on their notes that I might have missed?
Mayor, if I may,
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just someone raised the point about cutting and pasting into this report, that there were some inaccuracies. Can you talk about how the report's put together and if there are any statements that need to be corrected there in the written report?
Excuse me. Yes, there is. These reports are put together on a very similar basis. Obviously, we want to stay consistent from, like tonight, we're looking at 3 public hearings. We try to keep the same information in the same order, review it the same way for consistency's sake. With that, there's some times where staff has made a typo error or in some cases misrepresented. One of the examples was a case of is the electrical service below ground or above ground. It was misstated in the Oscar Roberts neighborhood. That's one of the comments I believe the homeowner had represented. There's probably a few additional ones we could go through as well. But the point is, these are done in a consistent order to try to keep all these projects looking the same, so you can review them the same. Staff and residents can also review them, and we can judge them accordingly, judge them consistently.
Are there any material misstatements of fact that would affect our decision?
From an engineering standpoint, with the improvements that we're proposing here, we don't believe there is any in this statement, in this report.
Thank you.
Member Brindle, thank you.
Are you done?
Yes,
ma'am. Josh, you know more about 72nd Street than I do. Is it in rough shape?
I'm not a trained eye, but I just looked at it as I was driving down the neighborhood streets today. It's hard to see the condition of the streets now. I actually looked at them last summer, related to something else, but it just looked as though 72nd had some failures at certain points. I didn't look at the whole street. It could have just been one particular section.
So just looking at possibilities here, 72nd Street is slated for reconstruction at some point in the future. Could Gloucester and Cornelia be done at the same time as that?
Actually, I pulled up Google Earth, and 72nd Street is actually a concrete roadway, so we don't have a date scheduled for 72nd Street. And it might feel rough because of the shifting of the panels and things like that on 72nd, similar to what 70th is today.
Other questions? Did we miss anything that folks had raised?
Mayor, I just want to point out in our Vision 2020 statement, one of the vision statements, there's actually 5 points. One of them is the sound public infrastructure. It says Edina streets, utilities, parks, and public buildings are the essential components of the foundation of our city. A sound public infrastructure encourages the development of a stable private infrastructure, leading to the enhancement of the sense of quality that Edina has and will enjoy. And these are all delicate decisions, but I have to look at the overall best interest of the city as well, and our overall plan, Vision 2020, the comp plan. And to me, one of the primary functions of government is to provide sound infrastructure, whether it's in the city of Edina or anywhere else. And given the particular scores, even if I look on Gloucester or Cornelia, they still fall within our policy of less than 45. And I don't believe that these are arbitrary decisions. I think these are very well thought out decisions using various policies we have in place. One being this multifaceted analysis of PCI, infrastructure, and then going back to how we aggregate neighborhoods, looking at equity and economic considerations as well. And so I would move this project forward now. I think it's necessary and cost-effective to do it now, and it's part of our overall infrastructure plan that we have to support.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Further discussion? Thank you.
Just a quick one to say thank you to all the residents here for taking the time to be interested in this project and the other residents interested in the other projects.
We have been through so many of these, and they are all difficult, believe me. And we don't like the idea of specially assessing folks for these matters. Let's take a vote. Roll call, please.
Member Bennett?
Aye.
Member Brindle?
Aye.
Member Sprague?
Aye.
Member Swenson?
Aye.
Mayor Hovland?
Aye. I think Mr. Oak and Member Swenson said it well when they said good city, and Member Sprague as well, good city management requires taking care of your infrastructure, and that's what we're trying to do. All right. Next matter is we're moving into the reports and recommendations phase of the agenda, and we have a few matters dealing with the proposed veterans establishment of a Veterans Memorial. Director Keprios.
Mayor Hovland and members of the council. What you have tonight is the next four items have to deal with the Veterans Memorial, and I'm pleased to tell you that we have several members of our Veterans Memorial Volunteer Committee here tonight in a show of their support. And before I begin, I just want to thank them publicly. They've already shown their passion and positive attitude and commitment to see this through, and they're a very wonderful and talented group of folks willing to help this cause. As I presented to you at your last council meeting, that was the first reading of the proposed ordinance proposed by Park Board, ordinance number 2011-01, which basically is required by state statute 416.01 for cities that intend to construct, equip, maintain, supervise, and control a Veterans Memorial in their community. And in this case, the Park Board is proposing to develop one at Utley Park at 50th and Wooddale. At that meeting, there was a lot of discussion and comments made from council about some concerns about process and the memorial itself. And to summarize some of the discussion, I think that took place earlier tonight in our joint work session with the Park Board, if I read this correctly, or if I heard it correctly, I should say, that the design really should be maintenance friendly should it go forward. Things like no water features, be sure that there are very sustainable elements used in building materials. That the process would follow a recommendation to the Park Board after a final design, and somewhere in the process we would host an open house to be hosted by staff and the Veterans Committee with an invitation for Park Board members to attend, and ultimately then carry on to a public hearing to the City Council, and ultimately the City Council to then finally approve the project to go forward, and including the final design. Questions about the city's obligation for future maintenance, and if this ordinance is passed, does that legally obligate you to have to maintain it? And legal counsel tells me no. You're not legally obligated to have to maintain it, but just says it gives you the opportunity to maintain it. And you have to state that according to state law. There were comments made about any bathroom improvements. We're going to make the entire process very transparent and do our due diligence to study what all the maintenance costs will be. If there's going to be any additional hard surface for parking lots, whatever improvements that may need to be made for bathrooms, the cost and value of parkland that this would rest on, and to keep all this in a very transparent fashion and bring it forward to both the open house and to the public hearing. And if I read the council right, there was pretty much a consensus that it would make sense for the city to then, if it's approved, to then go forward and assume the maintenance cost to maintain it after it is built, to the point where it would not necessarily have to rely on volunteers and a small committee to raise funds in the future to maintain it. And as I mentioned earlier, legally would not be obligated to have to maintain the memorial. So with it, I thought that was worthy of bringing up. This is the second reading. I spared you going through the PowerPoint again. And with that, I stand to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for Director Caprios? Member Bennett?
Yes, Director Caprios, this is proposed for Utley Park, which is on the banks of Minnehaha Creek, correct? Has the watershed district been approached yet about this?
Member Bennett and members of the council, they have not been contacted yet. That's been made very clear from the get-go that they will have to be part of this process when we go forward.
So theoretically, it is possible that depending on the reaction of the watershed district and what is needed and desired for design elements, that Utley Park would for some reason not remain a first choice?
I guess I'd have to answer that by not knowing the answer, but I'd have to assume it is very possible. I don't know how likely that would be. I know that we do have quite a bit of hard surface there already with the tennis court and the basketball court and the parking lot. To add the additional hard surface, which I think in the original design phase the committee has talked about, is going to be fairly minimal, even though there's going to be seating between grass and hard surface area to accommodate a group of up to 100 to 150. The hardscape itself would be rather small, but most definitely we'll probably have to get a permit from the watershed district to see if it can go forward.
Yes.
Director Caprios, just to recall the work session, will there be an inclusion of maintenance costs in the designs set forth by the architects?
Member Sprague, members of the council, yes, part of the plan is the architect at the end of the design phase will provide the City of Edina a maintenance manual for short and long-term maintenance.
Other questions for Director Caprios on this particular matter? Member Bennett?
As I recall, the bathroom issue also has really kind of changed depending on the context in which it's being discussed. And earlier this evening, it was said that actually it was thought that there was not going to be a rebuilding necessary, that there could be some improvement to the existing site, and that there was actually discussion of possible use of temporary satellites if necessary for a larger public event. So not to ask for specificity at this time, but that kind of issue is the kind of issue I think that we really need to have specificity on as this moves forward. What are we actually talking about in terms of expenditure of public money, and what are we talking about in terms of long-term maintenance costs, whether it's granite and marble, whether it's wood for seating, whether it's bathrooms that are going to be expanded beyond their current configuration and in use. I think all of those things do go into the impact that this is going to have on the city budget, as well as the resource that you are hoping and trying to provide for residents. So again, as the work continues, it would really be more than helpful if that information were included, and were included with definition and specificity.
Absolutely. Member Bennett, members of the council, with regard to the bathroom issue, I know Wayne Houle and I have discussed briefly an upgrade to, it's an outdated restroom facilities that are at the end of the building. What the costs are and who will assume the costs, I think, is yet to be determined. But we will by all means provide all the detail and have all that laid out by the time we get to the open house and public hearing.
Mayor.
Member Sprague.
I just want to comment. I know they have some kind of Johnny Appleseed Festival or something down there annually. They have lots of people. I don't think we have to plan in for special events. If special events doesn't have capacity in the bathrooms, they need to rent satellites just like any other special event. What we need to make sure is that given the design, we have minimal capacity with the bathrooms that are there. And I think we're all of the accord that we try to keep the additional costs down and keep this focused solely on the Veterans Memorial improvement itself.
I echo that completely.
I'd make a motion to move second reading.
All right. Is there a second?
So second.
All right. Discussion? Need a roll call?
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. All right, we have another matter. We've established ordinance 2011-01, amending the code to establish a memorial for veterans, and now we have a matter dealing, a related matter dealing with how much money needs to be raised prior to the time we go forward with this project. So you want to handle this matter too? It's a resolution 2011-18.
This again is a requirement by state statute that the council needs to adopt a figure, a not to exceed figure of what we intend to spend, regardless of where the source of funding comes from as far as the scope of the project. And with some internal discussions from the committee members themselves, some who've had extensive experience in some other veterans memorial projects, they are recommended to the Park Board, who is now recommending to you, of a figure of $400,000 not to exceed. Now, of that $400,000 would include the $30,000 that's been currently put into the capital improvement plan if we were to go forward with this project.
Can we be clear on the total, because we know what we're reading here, but I don't know how clear it was the way you stated it, that the obligation to build it from the city is limited to $30,000 and the balance will be in fundraising not to exceed $400,000.
Yeah, there's actually some language I'd like to recommend here, because I think from our work discussion, that was a condition precedent to us approving construction. So I think that at the end of the language in the last paragraph, it should say, however, all remaining funds will be from donations and shall be raised in their totality prior to any construction being approved by the council, something to that effect.
There's also a question, I think, the phrase "to get the project started" is not a real artful phrase, I think.
That was actually for design, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, the intent was $30,000 of seed money to come from the capital improvement plan would be the full extent of city tax dollars to be used for the project. Everything beyond that would be fundraised, and the project wouldn't put a shovel on the ground until all the dollars are raised to cover all the expected costs and monies in the bank.
We could also specify that the city's contribution shall not exceed $30,000 in total costs for the lifetime of the memorial, excluding routine maintenance as defined in a maintenance agreement later to be specified. I mean, there's a question at this point, I think, of the figure exists, the phrase I'm not completely happy with, and it creates a question of, is it really a limit, or is it just that you've given this $30,000 and there'll be more later?
Well, I think that this clearly deals with design and build, and we've decided that we're going to hold off on the decision on the operating expense issue until we have some design in place. So if we want to make it clear that we're donating $30,000 to secure some initial design concepts, but that the remaining funds in the amount of at least $370,000 will will be from donations and shall be raised in their totality prior to any construction being approved by the council, I think would cover us at this particular point in time.
The contract that is on our agenda, one or two items later, actually is for more than design concepts. It covers the design, it covers the construction management. It's a pretty comprehensive agreement.
What I heard Mr. Caprio say is that the necessity for this particular document is that we need to put a top limit on.
I think the reason why the park board suggested the city's contribution be limited to $30,000 was because before that body, when the question was raised as to what happened if the $400,000 was not raised, the answer that was given was, well, the city council has the ability to decide that it's going to fund this out of taxpayer funds, and we may want to make it clear, which I believe the mayor is doing, but we're looking at, I think, belt and suspenders. We just don't want to create, I think, any misunderstanding.
No, that's why I brought it up, so.
I think if you look at the language on the first page of that supplemental letter agreement, we could expand that language about design work. So after it says the city of Edina will provide $30,000 in funding from the city's capital improvement plan to provide to secure architectural, engineering, and project management services to the city. Mm-hmm. So it's really those three areas: secure architectural, engineering, and project management services.
But you still need the not to exceed part
Correct.
in this particular resolution, because that's why we're doing it.
Could say funding in amount not to exceed $30,000, because as the letter, as the staff report states, that $30,000 is a not to exceed agreement, whereby
Right.
if less funding is spent.
So, Mayor, do you want to read what you have, and then we'll see where we are?
Okay. I'm reading the now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Edina that the estimated cost to design and build the memorial is an amount not to exceed $400,000, whereas the City of Edina will provide an amount not to exceed $30,000 in funding from the city's capital improvement plan to secure architectural, engineering, and project management services for the memorial period. All remaining funds raised for the memorial will be from donations and shall be raised in their totality prior to any construction being approved by the council.
So moved.
May I propose a three-word amendment, and that would be to follow in an amount, because there still is that question of what the $30,000 is for, and if it's a not to exceed $30,000 on the part of the city, then I think we should say that amount designated for the items that are from the contract.
I think that's what he read.
I think that's what he said.
That isn't what I heard. That isn't what I'm still hearing an open-endedness on that.
We have three lawyers on the city council, so one of you make it closed. We have a city attorney. Just make it closed.
City of Edina will provide an amount not to exceed $30,000 in funding from the city's capital improvement plan to provide to secure architectural, engineering, and project management services for the memorial.
That caps it at $30,000 for this
For that
agreement.
purpose.
It doesn't cap it at $30,000 for any purpose. It creates the implication that there could be other monies later for other purposes.
Then we could add
Including,
another,
including the
no
construction
more
itself.
than?
we could add another sentence that says, under no circumstances shall the contribution from the city of Edina exceed $30,000 for any purpose. How's that?
Other than maintenance as described in maintenance agreement once construction is completed, or however that would be framed. anticipating that there will
circumstances
be.
shall the contribution to the project for design,
For other than
to
maintenance.
the designing and building of the memorial exceed 30,000.
Or for other than maintenance, actually, would it not be?
Why do we have to define what the $30,000 is used for? Can't we just set it as a not to exceed as the city's contribution?
Well,
That
because
sounds
it
that
looks
sounds
like
good.
it relates only to the money for, to be provided for architectural engineering and project management services. And Member Bennett is concerned that it leaves open-ended a further contribution to the capital improvement side of the project.
Well, our attorney has warned us before about revising. I mean, we get to a point where it's complicated enough and we can't see it. What is the timing necessity at this point? We've given second reading to the ordinance establishing the authority, so that goes forward. What is the timing requirement on this resolution that's before us now?
You mean in terms of how imminent it is? Or?
Correct. If
Okay.
it's not passed tonight, I mean, the other now establishes a base. If this resolution is carried over for refinement of the language, then what effect is that delay?
Mr. Kekros?
If this, excuse me, if Member Bennett, members of the council, is the question, if this were delayed to a future meeting, what would it do to the timing of the?
If we carry it for 2 weeks, because we need to have the language in print in front of us to make an informed vote, then what effect is that delay? The resolution authorizing the memorial has been, or the ordinance change has been made.
Well, I guess it would delay the start of the design process. We wouldn't have the architect at our meeting that we have scheduled for February 11th. I'll be out of town.
You know,
I don't think it's that complicated.
Here, I have a way to let's try this. I'm just going to add a few words. Be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Edina, that the estimated cost to design and build the memorial is in an amount not to exceed $400,000. Whereas the City of Edina will provide up to $30,000 in funding from the city's capital improvement plan to be used exclusively for design and engineering. However, all remaining funds will be from donations.
Well, we still face the issue then of they all have to be raised prior to us approving any construction.
Then all monies must be raised prior to construction. I mean, I don't think this is this difficult to pass. You guys keep adding a lot of stuff in it.
Okay, backing up just 1 second and taking your language. After $400,000, whereas the City of Edina will provide funding in an amount not to exceed $30,000, semicolon. It doesn't have to say what fund it's coming from.
That's
It
fine.
doesn't, okay, and then, however, all remaining funds will be from donations, and I do like the mayor's phrase, and shall be raised in their totality before construction is approved by the council.
Yeah, that's okay.
So moved.
Second.
Got a waiver of second reading?
Yes.
That's in the...
It's a
what?
resolution.
It's a resolution.
Oh, it's
We
a
already
resolution. Okay, sorry. All right. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Now, on to the architectural services agreement. Is that right, or is that, did I get one ahead of myself? Community designated fund agreement. So this sets things up at the Edina Community Foundation.
Yes, Mayor Hovland, members of the council, first I guess I need to apologize to my committee. I was under the impression that when ordinances are receiving a first or second reading, the public would have an opportunity to speak. I guess I was mistaken. So anyway, I apologize for that. The next item is the Edina Community Foundation designated fund agreement that the Park Board has recommended, which was a recommendation that came from the Veterans Committee. And this, we feel, is beneficial to the process should it go forward for a couple of reasons. It takes it out of the labor for calling on our finance department for one, but more importantly, it does allow people who want to make significant or even smaller contributions anonymously, where that would not be the case if it were donated directly to the city of Edina. The tax deduction would be the same either way, but they could have some anonymity if they were to make the donation directly to the foundation. Foundation has offered to help us with the fundraising process itself and provide us with some financial reports and expenses and whatnot. And with that, the committee recommended it to the Park Board. An agreement has been drafted up, which would be an agreement between the City of Edina and the Edina Community Foundation. We've run it by our legal counsel, and he concurs that, that this would be an agreement in good standing.
All right. Questions for Director Caprios on this agreement?
What are the fees, or what percentage will be paid to the foundation? I note from the fine print, from the fine print on the second page, paragraph 4, states that any earnings on the fund shall accrue to the benefit of the foundation's general unrestricted funds. So in addition to that, where do the activities that Director Caprios is describing, the managing letter writing, the donor recognition, where do the fees or where does the support for those activities come from?
It's my understanding, Member Bennett, members of the council, it's my understanding from Dick Crockett that the earnings from the dollars that are raised will go to pay for the incidentals of letters and mailing and such. What there's not a defined percentage per se.
They don't charge fees. They just collect the earnings on the amount.
And
under
do we have an
management.
idea of what amounts, rough amounts, those could be?
It's all based on investment, Johnny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all based on investment. The way a designated fund works, as I used to work for the foundation myself, is 100% of the principal goes in and 100% of the principal comes back out to the Veteran Memorial Committee for use. And whatever interest is raised is what the foundation uses to pay the processing expenses. But it takes no part of the principal.
And Manager Neal, when the Eden Prairie Foundation worked with the Veterans Memorial, on what terms was that relationship structured?
Exactly. Councilmember Bennett, exactly like is being proposed for this relationship with the Edina Foundation.
I've got an inquiry for our legal counsel. I'm on the board of the Edina Community Foundation. I don't have any pecuniary interest in this. I don't stand to benefit from this. I'm wondering, nonetheless, should I be recusing myself from the vote because I sit on the board of the Edina Community Foundation?
Since you have no financial interest in the outcome of this, I don't think you need to legally recuse yourself. You could if you feel uncomfortable voting for it, obviously. But you're not required.
Yeah, no, I think I will recuse myself. I'll let Member Swenson take the discussion and the vote. Any other?
Is there any other comments on this designated fund agreement? Do we have a motion to approve it?
So second.
Second. Designate by saying aye for approval.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Before we I hand the gavel back to the mayor, could you, I know we don't have any speeches that we can receive or anything from the people that are heading up the committee, but could you at least bring them up and introduce them? I don't expect them to say anything, but I think it would be nice at least to know them by name, since this is a significant undertaking.
Would it be appropriate I'll let them come up and introduce themselves?
Okay, thank you.
For those
Sir, the gavel.
Thank you.
Mayor, council members, my name is Barbara Bender.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Mike Gorgon, I'm the chair of the committee.
Bob Reed.
Good evening, Bob Benson.
Mayor and Council, Frank Cardarell.
Bob Coteen, and the Minnehaha Watershed have had conversation with them about it.
And I'm Marshall Schwartz.
Thank you, Marshall. Thank you all for working on this very significant project, recognizing everybody that served. One more matter related here, the Architectural Services Contract Agreement with Short Elliott Hendrickson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Hovland, members of the council. The Veterans Committee was very actively involved in the selection of a consultant. Requests for proposals were submitted to 18 different firms, and for those that expressed an interest, we supplied them with questionnaires that they then submitted the answers to those questions in writing. The group received 9 that responded, and of those 9, they narrowed the field down to 4 that they interviewed. 4 or was it 5? 4. Thank you. Sorry. And from that field, at the end of the interviews for that day, they recommended to the Park Board to select SEH, Short Elliott Hendrickson, which also happens to be a firm that has done quite a bit of work in the city, as you can see from the staff report, and I know Wayne's had some background with them. Their fee is not to exceed $30,000, as it turns out, for a $400,000 project. On a percentage-wise for professional services, that's very reasonable, and negotiated with them to be sure that that also includes all reimbursables. So regardless of the expenses, it's not going to exceed $30,000. Now, whether they spend up to $30,000, that's yet to be determined. They come to us with an excellent reputation. They've got a lot of experience with veterans memorials or projects similar to it. They won the Korean Veteran Memorial that's now on the grounds of the St. Paul Capitol. So, with that, the Park Board would recommend, the staff, I should say, recommend that we enter into this contract.
Questions for Director Caprios regarding this proposed contractual arrangement?
And thank you for letting the committee come forward.
Yeah. Thank you. Nicely done.
You wanted to do it anyway.
All right, do we have a motion?
So moved. I'll second.
We got a motion and a second. We've got a lot of activity here. Further discussion. All those in favor of approving the contract with SEH to do the services described for the proposed Veterans Memorial Project, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. So, good luck, folks. Next step along the way here. And look forward to seeing some of the design work that gets done. Thanks for hanging in there with us tonight. All right, the next matter is for Manager Neal, and it is a discussion about whether we ought to advance to a public hearing the discussion regarding potential tax increment financing as part of the Living Waters project. It's an issue that's been proposed by the Developer Shelter Corp., and I'll let Manager Neal kind of set the stage for our discussion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Following our January 18th work session on this project, I had a telephone conversation with the principal at Shelter Corp., and he asked me if we were, when we were going to begin the public hearing process for the tax increment financing request that they had made. I told him that my read of the council that night was that I wasn't sure if we got a clear direction from you to begin that process, and it was his read of the council that night that you did give us a clear signal on that process. It seemed like a good idea to just ask you if you wanted to begin that public process, that public consideration process, rather than to start it and then find out later that you were not of that mind. So this is as I've been responding to some of the public comment that we've received, this is not the granting of the TIF. I don't think it should even be seen as as council members revealing how you might feel about that project, you may wish to route this question through the public consideration process just so that it has a full hearing. But I think the matter before you tonight is, there is some protocol, there are some staff costs, there are some consulting costs, all fairly minimal for us to begin the process, but we have not started that process. If you wish us to, we will, and we can begin kind of projecting out when those meetings could occur, when this process could start. But until we receive a fairly clear, I think, sense of the council on this matter, we probably won't be scheduling that.
Good. Someone care to, Member Brindle? I see you moving towards your microphone.
I am. Been thinking about this a lot. It's a big deal. And reading all of the emails and getting some phone calls, I think there's some misconceptions and misunderstandings of tax increment financing and its effects and the way this would be structured. So I actually think going into this as an information gathering, giving people an opportunity to learn more about what we understand, giving us an opportunity to gain a better understanding of how our residents would be affected with a TIF district in place. I know that my email inbox is full of emails that say, please don't do this, but I feel like I think we would all benefit by having more accurate information and having the same information. So going into a public hearing and being able to share it, I think would benefit all of us. And I think it would benefit the project.
Other thoughts?
We had a work session on this, and what came up for me again and again was the return on investment of the public dollar. And for 28 units and the cost, I don't see this, and the economic situation we're in, I don't see the utility of going forward with this, irrespective of the sentiment in the community.
I would love to study the TIF issue in more depth for the right project, like one of the projects that we have used TIF for in the past, where the public benefit is large, it is visible, it is accessible by members of the community, and this is not the project. This is not the project even from a housing standpoint, as Member Sprague has said with respect to the return on investment. We do have need in the community, but to pour so much public money, in total $20 million from different sources, but all public money over 20 years. 20 years time limited, so at the end of the 20 years, the affordability evaporates. For 28 units does not seem to me good stewardship of public money.
I thought the conversation we had at the work session was really fascinating and kind of scratched the surface of a really interesting issue. And we've done some TIF in other parts of our community in terms of straight developer assistance. I see this as more of a social goal discussion, and I think the return on investment question is a real good one. But I'd like to understand that better, for example, in knowing what has been done in other communities, what has been the sort of investment that they've been prepared to make. I have had one conversation with our county commissioner that represents our area, and actually she tended to favor the notion of further discussion on it, wasn't off-put by the notion that the county would be contributing a portion of the increment over 20 years to potentially secure some affordable housing for some seniors who might not otherwise be able to live in a nice place like this. So, and then I also thought if we move to a public hearing phase, we should get them at council involved, we should get the county involved. We should get a lot of different elements of our community involved, including those folks that just don't like the idea of it for a lot of reasons. so we can make a well-reasoned decision here. You know, and I did correspond today with Guy Peterson over at the Met Council, who tends to be on top of all this affordable housing, all these affordable housing matters, and because he's the guy who's in charge of it. So his email back to me was, I think, to make the units more affordable for a segment of the community that might not otherwise be able to live in the facility is a laudable use of TIF. The city has a responsibility to plan for its share of the region's need for affordable housing in its comp plan. It has set goals for itself for additional affordable units and to continue to diversify its housing stock during this decade to continue its participation in the Livable Communities Act. So, you know, I'd like to hear something more from the Met Council, too, as to, you know, a definitive response as to whether these units would, in fact, qualify as units that we would they would be counted towards our goal or our obligation under the Minnesota Livable Communities Act. And I just think it's really ripe for discussion here. I think some of the folks in the neighborhood have raised some very good questions. And I think, you know, we also need to keep in mind that this is land now that's not even on the taxpayer rolls. So this could potentially be a good place to use TIF. So I would actually be in favor of, if the council, a majority of the council wanted to go forward on this to the next stage, that we give plenty of time for folks to be able to gear up for this. So if you're an opponent of it and don't like it, you've got time to study TIF in a broader way. We can figure out who the players ought to be in this discussion and have a real earnest discussion about the different purposes for TIF, including, in my personal opinion, the laudable goal of some sort of social purpose, which would be affordable housing that we've signed on to as a concept. Whether it's right here or not, I'm not sure. I think the question that Josh raised is a real good one. Is this too high a level of investment? I think Member Bennett has raised the same issue to accomplish the kind of goals that we want to accomplish. And I know both of them have the mindset that we'd like to meet those goals of the Minnesota Livable Communities Act, just maybe not in this way. But nonetheless, I'd like a broader discussion on it. Member Swenson, you're kind of the swing person.
That's not usually my role. I'm interested in TIF for affordable housing, not in this particular situation. I don't think it's the right one. I don't think I want the discussion to involve this neighborhood in riling them up more and making them feel like they have to oppose it, because I think in the long run I'm going to be the third vote against it. What I do want to do is be able to use that tool in our toolbox maybe somewhere else in our city, and I think I hear that from all of us sitting up here. I also think we support our goal for the Met Council in trying to make housing in Edina as affordable as possible. But I don't support this now.
Nothing precludes us from having a community conversation about TIF and getting more informed, and we can have a presentation. And this actually is a catalyst for conversation about how do we effectively meet our housing goals. You know, one thing that was brought up was the opportunity lost in the Y and how many units we would have had out of that project. So with one compelling project, you can hit a large portion of your goal. So the conversation can still be had, it should be had, but let's preserve our staff resources for those particular instances.
I suspect that we'll be having this conversation again. You know, there will, as the economy starts to improve and people start thinking about what's possible, senior housing's at the top of the list.
We have a senior housing project that we've given preliminary approval for. It's directly on a bus line. It will be linked immediately with the Southdale shopping area. The density is where it needs to be for it. So I do feel that this is a tool that we'll be using for that, just not here, not now.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
That settles it. We won't even bother to vote. We'll just think the message is clear. Okay.
think we all read this multi-jurisdictional all hazardous waste mitigation plan. I don't know how the rest of you did, but it put me to sleep 3 different times. So
Well,
I'm really looking forward to the discussion on it now.
Well, you're lucky it's on the consent agenda.
It's on the consent. So,
Darn. Okay, moving right along. Thank you, sir.
All right, we've got an ordinance that we've had staff and our council work on, and members of the council have worked on it as well, on the city advisory boards and commissions. And who's handling that matter?
That's a good question.
Is that a good question? Didn't mean it to be that good a question.
Well, we still have Katie out there in the audience, so she's going to be presenting.
Well, Mr. City Attorney, do you want to take your the first crack at this? And
I think you all know what it is. It speaks pretty much for itself. It assembles everything from all around your city code involving boards and commissions and puts it all in one place. It streamlines the appointment process, lays it out nice and clean, and it puts it all in one place.
Can I ask you a question then? Under the page 3, 1500.02, in our ordinance, do we have other workplace directives towards certain employees? Because I find this part really confusing. I don't see like I've had that in anything else. My feeling is that as a council, we hire Mr. Neal, and we are in charge of requesting what we would like him to do for our city. And then he either fulfills those things or doesn't, and then we respond to that. This, to me, takes that to a different step, and we don't do that for anything else, so I'm not really sure why it's here. And I guess I can support a lot of the other things, but this I just don't get.
The language of 1500.02B is actually in a lot of the existing code.
But not
No,
of
I mean
other people's code?
No, it's in
Of our code?
Yes.
And I've just totally missed it before?
It's mixed in.
With A?
A is from Bloomington City Code.
Well, yeah,
but
okay,
B
well,
is,
A,
but B
I'm
is, but B
okay,
is in
and
the code.
if I had to keep B, I'd keep B. It's the A part I don't get, because the B part is part of our contract with Manager Neal. The A part is part of his responsibility with his employees. So if we could get rid of A, I'm fine.
Part of what A does do is it specifies, the issue came up earlier this evening with respect to information, flow of information, and there was a question about the city manager determines what requests by commission members get satisfied, and that's part of what A does, I think. But if you are...
I don't like it.
What I hear you saying is that B gives the manager all the discretion he needs to be able to accomplish what needs to be accomplished in terms of making city employees available.
Yeah, that's
And you
his
don't
job.
need, and you therefore you don't need A, and you get rid of B and just call it direction of city manager. Just have a single paragraph under there. Is that it?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Unless you think that we're giving it too quick a reading, Roger. You see anything in A that's not subsumed into B?
No. I have no problem with that change.
Okay.
Then I had a question. We obviously have this already, but on page 11, we have Planning Commission doing heritage preservation work.
That's in the existing code.
I figured that, okay. And then, in the representatives of the Zoning Board of Appeals, will this be consistent, Carrie? Should we change how property comes through, since we had an issue with the Centennial Lakes site as to that Zoning Board of Appeals? Will this will we always have a zoning board of appeals, or we have it now, so we should just keep the language?
State
And the-
statute requires that we have to have a zoning board of appeals. Who that is at the discretion of the city.
Okay,
Could be the.
so we could change the representatives to the zoning board of appeals to be the planning commission, should at some point we choose to, for how things are tracked through our city.
That's correct.
Okay. And then.
You can almost delete this sentence at some point in time, at the end of 03, 150603.
Under page 10, 1504.06, we currently have professional staff. That's just in our current ordinance, I take it. Okay.
Thought on the existing, the purposes and the duties is that as we were able to hold work sessions with the boards and commissions, we might ask them to look at the language and see if it's what they're doing today.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, because it related to something that came up earlier at the 5 o'clock meeting, and I think that's our goal in having these meetings with all our boards and commissions is, are their duties where they should be? Is there something they're doing they shouldn't, or is there something they're not doing that they should? So
do you
I
wanna
would
do-
agree with that.
Do you want to give this first reading and then send it around, or do you want to just deal with it over time?
I think from the standpoint of how they would receive it, the fact that it had first reading gives it a stamp of legitimacy, and the fact that you're seeking their feedback can come back and be incorporated into the second reading if you choose.
I would move first reading.
What would we be asking
For their review and comment?
on their section?
Yeah, or the general provisions too.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
We got a motion?
So moved. What?
This would, your mayor and council, this would preclude you, it's on, this would preclude you adding 2 members to the community health board, because we use this ordinance as a vehicle to increase that membership at your direction. So we can give it first reading, but then you realize you must delay appointment of those 2 additional members until such time as second reading is granted.
Also, Human Rights and Relations Commission. There's a commissioner added to Human Rights and Relations Commission.
Mayor, I'd like to talk about numbers on commissions for a second. We've got 3 commissions that have 10 members. Park Board, Energy and Environment, Arts Center Board. And if what we do with this document is we're establishing some uniformity. And is there any reason why we can't have 9 commission members on most of our boards? And I'm not talking about now, but going forward, trying to phase these bodies all to be 9 members. We avoid ties. In addition, I think even 9 is, when we're talking about group dynamics, 9 is already kind of a high number to get work done. So would that be something the rest of the council would be interested in long term?
We added a member to the EEC a year or 2 ago, specifically at the request of the commission because of their committee structure and their need to get work done, and they felt they needed another member to accomplish that. So that too might be something where we want input from boards and commissions themselves as to number.
The only board and commission that really has any legislative issue is planning, and they are an odd number, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're 9 for that reason. You're right. Their vote counts. So I'm not as uncomfortable with the other ones being an even number, but planning has to be an odd number.
Why don't we ask those respective boards and commissions to address that membership number issue as long as they're looking at the rest of the...
I think that's why they're not uniform, is because they have made up for themselves what works for them and for their work.
I think Joni's comments are indicative of what's happened at every board and commission. They've told us what they want for membership, I think, for the most part.
I mean, at one point, planning went from 11 to 9, because they were 11 for most of the years I served on it.
Manager Neal, can you chime in on this? I'm sorry, I'm going to bring you into this.
Well,
I have a
Councilmember Sprague and I have had this discussion, and it really only relates to small group dynamics and optimal group size, and 3 is too few. But 10 is probably as much or as many as you want to have in terms of a group of people that can meet effectively and have enough time to have discussion and to reach agreements. So there should be I think there should be some consideration from the council about what that number is going to be. Increasing it just ever larger and larger is probably not a good idea just from a public policy standpoint.
Yeah. Also, commission to commission, I don't want to have one commission say, well, why did they get 10 members? We only get 9, We do make decisions on numbers. It's not just of the commissions. We decided to increase the community health to 9 because it said 10. We said 9. So there's obviously something about the number that matters.
Well, and it turns out that it used to say at least. So there could have been 9.
I took that
It was the only one that said at least.
That was me.
I think we've all had a gut feel that we shouldn't go any higher than 10, but we just haven't verbalized that very well. It's just sort of in all of our minds, but never expressed. Okay, so where does that leave us, Josh, with your concern?
Could we talk about it with each advisory board, or would you like to just make a?
My amendment wouldn't be now. What I'm saying is for the future, this council should consider, we're striving for uniformity. It's also easier to explain to the public. We have nine-member commissions except for the appeal boards, the various appeal boards. And I think there's something to be said for consistency and something to consider in the future, because we have 10 members now. We're not going to kick someone off, but as people roll off, we may want to decide 9 is the magic number, and let's stick to it.
Okay.
So I see Member Bennett's changes in here, my changes in here, and we didn't see Member Swenson's. Were there any other Member Swenson other than the ones that you caught?
Just that one section I wanted deleted, and I had a couple questions.
All right.
Which,
do you have any further questions?
Since they're existing in it, I'm not going to change it. I just.
All right. Okay.
My changes are incorporated with Member Bennett's. We kind of did it together.
All right. Did we have a motion and a second? I can't remember.
I had a motion, but no one has seconded it.
I will second it, or you can have it.
All right.
And my question to you is, are we precluding going to second reading immediately so that we can get feedback, but then we won't add anyone of the 3 members that would leave out? Or would you like to do first reading, get feedback, and then a month or 2 from now vote on the second reading?
You could keep your interview schedules. You could deliberate and decide who you're going to choose, and then you could make their appointments to these commissions effective X date in the future after the new ordinance is approved. That's one way you could handle it.
We may have changes in the scope. I mean, specifically, we're talking about the Transportation Commission and so on. And there's going to be changes anywhere down the road. What's the harm in passing this? And then we'll put it out to comment, especially on scope. And then if we need to, we can make revisions later. I don't anticipate that a lot of the scope clauses will change.
Are you saying give it second reading as well, and then put these folks to work?
Yep.
All right.
Member Bennett?
I think given the great productivity of the meeting tonight, that we have not had work sessions with a lot of boards and commissions regularly, and what I would love to see happen this year, time permitting, is more of those meetings, and I think that will give us the opportunity to address things. So I see it as a process that might take more time than 2 weeks or a month.
Then.
So let's put these folks to work, and if we want to amend this downstream, we can.
Member Brindle, will you take a change to my motion to preclude second reading, and that we would be voting on it as first and second reading tonight?
Wait a second reading?
I will accept that.
Okay. All right, it's been moved and seconded that we approve this waiving second reading ordinance 2011-02 with the changes indicated. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Roll call.
No,
A
roll call, because we're,
Yeah, we're waiving second reading. Thank you. Thank you.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Harbord.
Aye. Next, we have Resolution 2011-27, accepting various donations. Is there a motion? Member Bennett.
Second.
Member Sprague, seconds. Member Brindle, seconds. Everybody, all right. Discussion. All those in favor of approving this resolution, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Donations this reporting period are to the Edina Arts Center, Edina Braemar Golf Course Memorial Fund, Edina Communications Department, Edina Park Department. Donors' names will be shown on the website in a few days. Manager Neal, we have proposed a non-union salary adjustment to discuss, followed by a couple of other labor agreements. So go ahead and handle item number 3I.
Thank you, Your Honor. This item proposes to add a 0.5% cost of living adjustment for all full-time regular non-union employees retroactive to January 1, 2010. The proposal is made in an effort to provide some level of equity between our union and non-union employees. This particular proposal is exactly the same as the agreement that we have made with the 49ers who work in our streets, parks, and utility maintenance groups. It does come with a cost, and we project that cost to be, I think I listed it as $75,000. It'll be between $75,000 and $80,000, and I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have on this.
Questions? Member Swenson?
What, you made an interesting point that was sort of the point that won me over on this. Well, there were a number, but the specific one that during our attempt at budget savings, we asked our employees to participate in a furlough program for unpaid leave. And of the employees that participated, the majority were our non-union employees, which gave us an additional $86,594 back. I guess that, to me, and the essence of fairness, was enough to make me want to support this.
I thought also compelling was the fact that our non-union employees were also large contributors to the operational changes and management actions that helped create a $900,000 plus unreserved fund balance. At least that's what's estimated for 2010 general fund operations, and that was quite a compelling case as well. Coupled with, I think, just this council's basic sense of fairness and equity to be able to give the non-union employees a little recognition in terms of 0.5% for 2010, I think is appropriate under the circumstances where we have all the other bargaining units getting more than that, some significantly more than that, the non-union employees.
When the finance department showed us the financial figures that indicated that we had that excess from last year, we issued a verbal thank you, but this gives us a chance to do something a little bit more. So I'm happy to do that.
Manager Neal, can I get a little more detail, since I wasn't here during this process, about the operational changes and management actions that created the 900,000 plus that you're referring to?
Yeah, I may not be the right guy to answer that question, because I think that what you will see if you look at the city's budget, general fund budget in particular, is you'll see many, 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 many small changes that end up creating a $900,000 surplus in the general fund. In terms of particulars, looking at Wayne, Mr. Houle, I don't know if there's anything you can point to. or
Did
see-
make some changes with overtime. We were able
Yeah.
to save some overtime, trying to be a little more efficient in doing work. We delayed purchasing equipment and things like that to try and save that money. Wayne, you may have some other.
That's exactly correct. I mean, we've delayed a lot of purchasing of equipment that we're stretching out for a few more years here. So that has helped save that. The other one is, like, from Public Works itself, procrastinated on filling positions. That saved quite a bit of money. So
vacancy placement.
I mean, these are above and beyond what Manager Hughes had said that we had frozen. So we were utilizing some of our general fund employees in the utility areas that we had some vacancies in. So we're shuffling the work, doing a lot of cross work amongst the Public Works and Park Maintenance folks. So I think the people, overall people like in Public Works and Parks and stuff have done an excellent job of saving funds.
So less people doing more?
Exactly. Trying to work smarter, but we're at that. We reach that capacity. I mean,
I just think it's important for the public to understand that the public sector is going through the same cutbacks as the private sector. Basically less people doing more is the theme across the nation, and it has taken place in our organization as well.
We are living in challenging times, and we're asking people to work very hard, and it's appreciated. And I think we're all looking forward to sort of more of the same. I mean, it looks like there are some improvements in things, and I think that one thing about the city is that rebuilding doesn't stop. There is activity in every one of our neighborhoods. It remains a great place to live, and a lot of that is due to the efforts of city employees.
Would you like a motion to approve the non-union salary adjustment?
Yes, please.
So moved.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Next, we have the proposed approval of the Public Safety Dispatch Labor Agreement for the period 2010 through 2012.
Your Honor, this is a contract with Teamsters Local 320. They represent our 911 dispatchers. This proposal provides for a retroactive settlement of their 2010 calendar year wages at 1%, 2011 at 1%, and 2% in 2012. This agreement was negotiated with our dispatcher group at the same time that we did the Animal Control Community Service officers. This is our first 3-year agreement. This is an area where we have added a couple of staff members due to the Golden Valley contract, and I would also recommend the approval of this agreement.
Questions for Manager Neal on this matter?
Would it, my notes are indicating that the 1% for 2011 is in our budget, correct?
That is correct, right.
And the 1% for 2010 will come from?
Come from our unreserved general fund balance. The cost of that 1% settlement, the gross cost is, we measure at $4,300.
Manager Neal, I have a question about the insurance. As I understand it, the insurance contributions went up for everyone $25. Is that correct?
This is Councilman Sprague. Yes, this is the city's contribution to the employees' fringe benefits package. So yes, these numbers, the 775 and 800, we have equalized among all union and non-union employees. Okay. And there's not a number that has been set for the two 2012 budgets.
Is there a motion on this matter?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a discussion? Again, I would say good work. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Next matter is proposed contract for 2010, 11, and 12 for the Animal Control Community Service Officers, their labor agreement.
Thank you, Your Honor. This agreement is also with Teamsters Local 320. It covers the Animal Control Community Service Officer unit. It's our smallest bargaining unit. It has a 1%, 1%, and 1% salary compensation increase for the 3-year time period. The difference, the key difference in these two bargaining units is that dispatchers are an essential public employee, and animal control employees are not essential in terms of the Minnesota Public Employee Relations Act. So they are treated slightly differently.
And as Member Bennett asked on the prior matter, the cost for the 2010 adjustment?
The cost for the 2010 adjustment in this case is estimated to be $608.
And again, 2011 at 1% is in the budget?
Yes, it is. That's correct.
And then we just have 2012 to deal with when we get there.
That's correct.
All right. Is there are there any questions? Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And this is a consent agenda item, but I just wanted to note the appointment of Member Bennett as Edina's representative to the Minneapolis Water Board. And I think it's a big deal. I do. I think it's a great appointment. I think he'll do a terrific job. And I'm pleased that this worked out and that you were willing to do it. So, all right. Community comment. Katie? All right. Moving on to the next section of the agenda. Any other correspondence or petitions other than what we were provided?
No, sir.
All right. And then council comments, starting with Member Sprague.
I'm up first, huh? Okay, well, a few things. First of all, it was great to see all of the council members at the Edina Ed Fund Luncheon. It's a great feeling to know that we have this depth of support in our leadership for this great organization. There are about 408 people there, and they're helping us maintain our tradition of excellence and innovation in the schools. So that was refreshing to see you all there. Second thing is just a comment for Manager Neal. I'm just wondering if we can get a summary of all the wage negotiations in one document, so we can keep that in my folder for next year for the budget. Thirdly, tonight in the 44th Street project, Director Houle, we talked about this brick imprinting that we can do on crosswalks, and there was a letter from Emily Bedke from the Cornelia neighborhood last week, concern about the intersection at Cornelia across from the school, 70th Street in Cornelia, and I'm hoping that the pedestrian crosswalk there can be improved. Maybe the brick is the right tool to make that more visible and to calm the traffic coming through there at school time. So that's really just a comment for you. But I think it's important that in redoing 70th, we make sure we secure that intersection for our children. And then finally, following up on the congratulations, Member Bennett, on your appointment. I know you'll serve us well. And also with regards to water, I hope that we will be doing a rate study again at some point this year. I don't know if that's done on an annual basis, but it's something that has been brought up, and I thought I should at least put out there for Manager Neal. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Swenson.
Well, Mayor, I assume you got this, but the United States Conference of Mayors Civility Accord, is that something that you have that we might be discussing and acting on in the future? Did you want to bring that forward?
I wanted that to be circulated to folks just so they could see it and contemplate it. So,
yeah. I certainly wouldn't mind it being on a future agenda.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Member Bennett?
I had some correspondence from a resident who has concerns about the turning movements at Interlochen and Vernon. And they came out of her awareness of the proposed Walgreens moving into Jerry's. But she describes the turning movements as being difficult right now and asks that there be some public consideration of this before the situation gets worse and it's an after-the-fact address. One of the things that she requests is a look at signalization at dedicated left turns with from all directions, from 4 directions with the signal that are change in signal. The second thing that I wanted to request or bring to attention is that there has been a bungalow study conducted by the Heritage Preservation Board in the Morningside neighborhood, and someone from the Morningside Neighborhood Association was invited to the Heritage Preservation Board's December meeting. And at that meeting, there was discussion of potential logos for the Morningside neighborhood. There's never been a discussion with the Neighborhood Association about this, which has existed since 2003. And what I'm requesting at this time is that there be some outreach by the Heritage Preservation Board and whoever else is working on this, and that the Morningside Neighborhood Association, which has contact information at mna-edina.org, that they be contacted. And the neighborhood, in fact, has its own symbol, that, or the neighborhood association that it developed. I think it was someone at an ad agency who lives in the neighborhood did that back in 2003. In any event, I think that residents would like to be consulted before there's a finalization of this. And I understand from the conversation that took place at HPB in December that there's the intention to use them on the street signs on 44th Street. Is this, Director Houle, does this fit with anything that you understand?
Yes, what they were looking at was putting these logos similar to the country club logos.
Sure.
On the street signs that would encompass the Morningside area. So it'd be pretty much the easterly portion of West 44th Street.
Sure,
So,
and I think...
So whatever is decided, we'll put whatever logo anybody, that we directed to put a logo on there, on the street sign, but I'd like to include that in the cost when they bid out the project.
Sure,
Yeah.
and I think when the Country Club street reconstruction was done, there was actually work between city staff, HPB, and representatives of that neighborhood association, so I'm sure there's a template for that involvement. The last thing that I wanted to ask is, I know that policy is being developed in other areas, and with respect to a resident correspondence question that I got earlier today, it would be helpful if we had a city council policy manual, I think, on maybe a refresher on data practices, data privacy. We've had some questions over the years about the fine points of open meeting law, and then also what our policy is. And then I know, Manager Neal, that you have talked about possibly creating something like the school district has, where school board members have individual email addresses through the district, and that would be a wonderful development as well.
Very good, thank you. Member Brindle.
On January 26th, I attended the Sensible Land Institute seminar, and it was very informative. They had, and the PowerPoint from this is either up on the ULI Urban Land Institute website or will be soon. It's amazing to see all the demographic trends that they've got information about. And so you find out who we are, and then looking at the software tools, we looked at a tool that is in beta test that is going to be marketed to cities and counties called Xcensus. Have you heard of it? It is fascinating. And you can find out, it's like when you watch the weather, you see the weather forecaster mark the map, and then they get the polygon or the square, and that's what they did. And the data that showed up about that area, how many homes are in that area, the ages of the occupants, so that if you're looking at, all right, what do we need to have contiguous with that neighborhood for the ages of the people who are there, and it was totally fascinating. So from a planning and development standpoint, it really let you be proactive in looking forward to what do we need to do in that neighborhood to bring it forward, to have the pieces and the services available and closely convenient to the residents. It was a great seminar. I attend a lot of these thanks to being able to hear about them, and I learn a great deal. So, thanks.
Good, thanks. Couple of things. Tomorrow afternoon, Manager Neal and I have been asked to participate in a phone conference with Simon Development regarding Southdale. We are unsure exactly what they want to visit about, but I think we'll be back to you soon. And there may be news in the paper, or you'll hear on the street before we get the news tomorrow afternoon. So possibly with regard to a tenant for the Mervyn space, and then work to be done in the center beyond that. So stay tuned on that. Friday morning, I've got a meeting with some folks about the what we call the Gateway Project. There may be a potential, well, someone's, I think, ostensibly dealing with some of the banks that own that property now. Let's see. We had the community Healthy Communities Initiative meeting last week. Blue Cross Blue Shield has decided they're going to commit, I think, about $400,000 to an endeavor by Bloomington, Richfield, and Edina to develop strategies to help people live longer, better lives. And so that's something to stay tuned on. They'll be handling primarily the PR piece of it and the branding piece that goes along with it. And then we'll develop some, hopefully some sustainable strategies that'll work in all three communities to help folks enjoy life a long, long time. We're in the process at the Regional Council of Mayors of working on planning a Regional Economic Development Summit. The Kingdom of Bahrain will be in here the third week in February. I think I told you that I ended up in the middle of that, pursuant to the request of Elizabeth Couts, who's a mayor of Burnsville and also president of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, emailed me about 6 weeks ago and asked me if I'd help on this, along with Kathy Schmidlkoffer that you've all met from General Mills. So Thunheim Partners is kind of handling the on-the-ground work for the advance team. Sheikh Mohammed and a crew will be in here mid-February, and if there are some events that people are interested in participating in, I'll let you know. In fact, I noticed that the Sheikh is going to be at the Economics Club of Minnesota, one of those noons, and I'll send that around through Scott so that you can all decide if you want to go to that event. And then, let's see, Southwest LRT Community Works meeting in the morning. So that's it. Scott.
All right, I'll try to be quick. We had city leadership staff had a meeting with our peers at the school district last week that was quite productive, and will serve as the basis, at least for the agenda building process for the joint meeting between the school board and the city council. Hennepin County, it looks like, is going to take another run at studying the provision of 911 dispatching services in Hennepin County, and how we do it, whether it's a system of cities and counties together or some other different model. But they've studied this before. They're going to study it again. They've asked for our cooperation. We're going to meet with them and find out exactly what that means. Seal and I will be meeting with firefighters union on Thursday morning and to discuss their contract. And we are beginning to line up a pretty tight schedule for work sessions of coming up for the next 2 months, and we are actually including the one Your Honor, about the Blue Cross Blue Shield initiative on February 15th. But I think we are in need of a study session to discuss a couple economic development projects and what the tools we have available for some potential projects. And I note on our calendar we have the Tuesday the 22nd is one of the early morning study session potential days, and I want you to give some thought to that.
I can tell you right now, I'll be out of town on for
Well,
work.
then I will probably ask Terry Wilson to kind of query your individual schedules, and we'll try to find another time to do that. But because we need all of you there for it. But I think there's some discussions with regards to TIF, and also some potential other participation. But we should have that discussion in February sometime.
No, I agree.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
There'll be some economic development opportunities coming up, I think, where we will be, or activities coming up, I guess I'd put it that way, where we might be asked to participate in some form or fashion economically. So we're going to have to start dealing with these issues soon. Member Bennett.
May I ask 3 schedule questions? Are we at 4 or 4:30 on Thursday for interviews?
Thank you for asking. You are at 4:30, and you are scheduled all the way up until
6:40.
6:40 is your last interview, so it'll be impinging on Member Brindle because you have, I think,
I will be okay.
Okay.
I will be just fine. And I will leave after that last interview. Show starts at 7:30. If I'm there by 7:15, that's as late as I want to be.
Okay. I did want to know, do you want to deliberate that evening? So you want me to order you dinner on Thursday? Or do you want to put your deliberation off till another time?
I can easily provide my notes. So you could deliberate that evening and get it all done in one night, if that's what you'd like to do.
It'd be good to do it while it was fresh in our minds, I think. Yep.
Prefer to deliberate that evening if it's convenient for others.
And we'll have, Mary, you can give us your quick thoughts on all the candidates before you leave that night.
Okay. Then I had 2 more scheduled questions. First, is if we could have one of those joint meetings scheduled with the Transportation Commission. I know they have people coming on board, and their ordinance probably is more out of sync in terms of purposes and duties than most. So if there's time, I understand the schedule's filling up.
We do. We tentatively, we tentatively have them on for April 5th. Is that the? Yeah. Right.
Okay. And then the third and last question that I have about schedule is, I note that February 28th joint meeting with the school board is not on this calendar. Is that still on?
Yep.
Okay.
It is still
And
on.
that is set for, again, can I just have a reminder of time?
Question mark 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock and it's there.
Okay.
There is to be determined, but it's
There. Thank you.
school there. Yeah.
And our manager and their staff had a great meeting last Friday,
Yep.
I think. So, kind of a precursor to our joint meeting. All right, anything else? We stand adjourned.